Blowing Bubbles by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. August 10, 2017, in the United States of America. Half our sorrows, half our troubles, making head and heart to ache, are the fruit of blowing bubbles, bright to view, but quick to break. All have played the child imbecile, breathing hard to swell the sides of a shining, fluid vessel, frailer than the air it rides. From the infant's cradle rising, all the bubble mania show, oft our richest wealth comprising in the bubbles that we blow. Brilliant, buoyant, upward-going, pleased, we mark them in their flight, every hue of iris showing as they glance along the light. Little castles, high and airy, with their crystal walls so thin, each presents the wicked fairy, vanity, enthroned within. But when two have stuck together, what of either do we find? Not so much as one gay feather flying hope has left behind. Still, the world are busy, blowing, every one, some empty ball, so the seeds of mischief sowing, where to burst the bubbles fall. Nor for self alone to gather is our evil harvest found. Oft with pipe and cup we rather step upon our neighbor's ground. Thus amusing one another, while the glistening playthings rise, we may doom a friend or brother to a life of care and sighs. Do you doubt my simple story? I can point 1,000 ways where this bubble-making glory has in darkness hid its rays. Yet we'll spare a slight confusion caused the world by giving names, since a right to some delusion every one from nature claims. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Infant Faith by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. August 10, 2017, in the United States of America. Radiant with his spirit's light was the little beauteous child, sporting round a fountain bright, playing through the florets wild. Where they grow he lightly stepped, cautious not a leaf to crush. Then about the fount he leaped, shouting at its merry gush. While the sparkling waters welled, laughing as they bubbled up, in his lily hands he held, closely clasped, a silver cup. Now he put it forth to fill, then he bore it to the flowers, through his fingers there to spill what it held in mimic showers. "Open, pretty buds," said he, "open to the air and sun, so tomorrow I may see what my rain today has done." "Yes, you will, I know, for the drink I gave you now, burst your little cups and blow, when I'm gone and can't tell how. Oh, I wish I could but see how God's finger touches you when your sides unclasp and free let your leaves and odors through. I would watch you all the night, nor in darkness be afraid, only once to see aright how a beauteous flower is made. Now remember, I shall come in the morning from my bed, here to find among you some with your brightest colors spread." To his buds he hastened out, at the dewy morning hour, crying with a joyous shout, "God has made of each a flower!" Precious must the ready faith of the little children be, in the sight of him who saith, "Suffer them to come to me." Answered by the smile of heaven is the infant's offering found, through a cup of water given, even to the thirsty ground. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Paddy Proud by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. August 10, 2017, in the United States of America. The figure before you is Miss Paddy Proud. Her feelings are lowery, her frown like a cloud, because proud Miss Paddy can hardly endure to come near the lowly abode of the poor. She fears the plain floor of the humble will spoil her silk shoes and hose, and her skirt bottom soil. And so she goes wincing, and holds up her dress, so high it were well if her heels would show less. But when she walks through the fine streets of the town, she puts on fine airs and displays her rich gown, till some who she passes will think of the bird, renowned for gay feathers, whose name you have heard. In thought she is trifling, in manner as vain, as that silly fowl taking pride in his train, and none, who have marked her, will need to be told that she has a heart hard and haughty and cold. I saw when she met some poor children one day, who asked her for alms, she turned frowning away, and told them, poor people must work to be fed, and not trouble ladies to help them to bread. And just as the sad little mendicant said, their mother was dying, their father was dead, she entered a store with a smooth smiling face, to lay out her purse in gay ribbons and lace. I saw her curl up her sour lip in disdain, because Ellen Pitiful picked up the cane a feeble old man had let fall in the sand, and placed it again in his tremulous hand. But little does haughty Miss Patty suppose of all whom she visits that any one knows how stern she can look when she's out of their sight, and fret at the servants if all is not right. At home she's unyielding, and sullen and cross. Her friends, when she's absent, esteem it no loss. And some, where she visits, in secret confess that they love her no more, though they dread her much less. The truth is, Miss Patty, when young, never tried to govern her temper or conquer her pride. The passions, unchecked in the heart of the child, like weeds in a garden neglected, ran wild. They grew with her growth, with her strength became strong. Her head, not then righted, has ever been wrong. And so she would never submit to be told of faults by long habit made stubborn and bold. And now, among all my young friends, is there one, a fair little girl is there under the sun, who'd rise to a woman and have it allowed that she is a likeness of Miss Patty Proud? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. I Caught a Bird by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. August 15, 2017, in the United States of America. I caught a bird. She flitted by, so near my window lifted high. She softly ventured in to spy what I might be about. And then, a little wildered thing, like many a one without a wing, she fluttered, struck, and seemed to sing, "Alas, I can't get out." She saw her kindred on the tree before her, sporting light and free, but felt a power she could not see repel and hold her back. In vain her beak and breast and feet against the crystal pane were beat. She could not break the clear deceit, nor find her airy track. The pretty wanderer then I took, and felt her frame with terror shook, and gave the sad and piteous look of helplessness and fear, till quick I spread my hand to show I caught her but to let her go, and I perhaps may never know a dearer moment here. She piped a short and sweet adieu, as humming on the air she threw her brilliant buoyant wing and flew away from fear and me. But ere the hour of setting sun, that little constant grateful one, returning, had her hymn begun in our old rustling tree. Now do not take the fatal aim, my tender bird to kill or maim, nor let the fatal shot proclaim her anguish or her fall. But would you know the bird I mean? She is the first that will be seen, the last, and every one between. She represents them all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Flower of Shells and Silver Wire by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. August 15, 2017, in the United States of America. I sought a meet gift it might please thee to wear among the soft locks of thy fine silken hair, and asked the two deeps for some treasure or gem, by nature first formed and embosomed in them. The mine gave me threads of its fine silver ore. The ocean cast up its smooth shells to the shore. Of these I combined the free offering, that now I bring, and would set o'er thy fair peaceful brow. The shells thou wilt see are unsullied and white. The silver is modest and precious and bright. A type thy quick fancy will readily see, yet thou'll not confess what its meaning may be. And let the gift sometimes recall to thy mind the friend by whose hand its pure parts were combined. But oftener that friend in whose hand was the skill, the earth and the seas with their treasures to fill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Little Blind Boy by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. August 15, 2017, in the United States of America. Oh, tell me from the form of the soft summer air that tosses so gently the curls of my hair. It breathes on my lip and it fans my warm cheek, but gives me no answer, though often I speak. I feel it play o'er me, refreshing and light, and yet cannot touch it, because I have no sight. And music, what is it, and where does it dwell? I sink and I mount with its cadence and swell, while thrilled to my heart with its deep-going strain, till pleasure excessive seems turning to pain. Now what the bright colors of music may be, will any one tell me, for I cannot see. The odors of flowers that are hovering nigh, what are they? On what kind of wings do they fly? Are not they sweet angels who come to delight a poor little boy that knows nothing of sight? The sun, moon, and stars never enter my mind. Oh, tell me what light is, because I am blind. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 7 of the Democracy of the Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Democracy of the Constitution and Other Addresses and Essays by Henry Cabot Lodge. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights, Section 7. Footnote. From a speech as presiding officer at the Republican State Convention of Massachusetts, held in Boston, October 5, 1912. End of footnote. During the last few years, other questions have arisen far more important than any tariff or currency can possibly be, because they involve nothing less than the fundamental principles of American government. An agitation has been in progress and is now being carried on by men of both parties, whether the party division which it causes has been declared or not, which aims at, and if successful, can lead to nothing less than a complete revolution in our system of government. The scheme has now extended to the primaries, which are merely a part of the machinery of government and do not in themselves involve any constitutional principle. It has been seriously proposed in this state, and I think in this state alone, to abolish party enrollment from the party primary. The proposition is a contradiction in terms. The primaries were established for the purpose of purifying and improving the methods of nominating party candidates and for no other object. Those who belong to no party are not compelled to enter them, and have no right to do so unless they intend to become members of some party for which and for which alone party primaries exist. If you abolish the party enrollment and the party ticket and put all names on one ballot, you turn primaries into a preliminary election. But at the same time, you do much more than this, for you would then have an arrangement by which organized minorities belonging to any party or to none could go into the primaries and control the nominations of all parties. In other words, under this system, not only Democrats, but any voters not Republicans can decide the selection of the Republican candidates. And of course, the same is true of Democratic candidates, who could be nominated by Republican or even prohibition votes. By this scheme, we are to be deprived of the right of choosing our own candidates, and the whole thing becomes a travesty on popular government. It is idle to suppose that large bodies of men who agree on certain political principles will long submit to having candidates chosen for them whose selection they cannot themselves control. My right as a citizen, and the right of those who think with me to nominate our own candidates for office, is a great and inalienable right which is not to be taken from us by any jugglery of the statutes. If Republicans are not to have the opportunity to select their own candidates, and Democrats are not to have the opportunity to select theirs, then I say that it is the duty of every responsible political party holding well-settled principles and favoring well-defined policies to select its own candidates by its own voluntary methods and place their names upon the ballot on Election Day by nomination papers. If the party enrollment is abolished, the primaries are worthless for the purpose for which they were established, and it will be the duty of all responsible parties to stay outside of them and nominate their candidates themselves, and then place them on the ballot under the means provided by law. I have mentioned this point because although primaries affect only the mechanism of government, this attempt so to arrange them that they will become a mere vehicle for an organized minority to control all nominations brings them at once into relation with the much more profound changes affecting fundamental principles which are now urged upon us. The agitation of which I have spoken, and which, as I have said, aims at nothing less than a complete revolution in our system of government, begins by this distortion of the primaries, and then seeks to break down representative government and make the courts subservient to the will of a majority of the voters at any given moment. The first purpose is to be accomplished by the compulsory initiative and referendum, the second by the recall of judges, and the reversal by a popular vote of judicial decisions. I am opposed to the compulsory initiative and referendum because I am in favor of government by the people and through majorities of voters, and I am opposed to and always shall resist to the utmost of my power any attempt to substitute for them government by minorities of the voters. If you will study carefully the compulsory initiative and referendum, you will find that it is nothing but a scheme to enable minorities to rule. A small minority of the voters can initiate legislation and compel the legislator to pass laws. Wherever the compulsory initiative and referendum have been adopted, this power of compulsory initiation has been conferred upon a small percentage of the voters. Remember at the outset that the voters themselves are only a small minority of the people. The total vote at the last presidential election was, in round numbers, 15 millions, and the population of the United States was 90 millions. That is, 1/6 of the people took part in the presidential election, and 1/12 determined the result. The voters are not the people. They are merely a necessary instrument selected for the expression of the popular will. But they are not the people. They are representatives and trustees. Now it is proposed to give a small fraction of the voters, not of the people, this great power to compel the submission of laws to a popular vote. And when those laws are submitted to the popular vote, experience shows that they are almost invariably carried by a minority of the voters. Those who are interested in the passage of the law, of course, take pains to vote. A small number who are interested in the other direction vote against it, and the great mass remain indifferent. In the state of Ohio last September, 42 constitutional amendments were submitted to the people. It was practically a revision of their fundamental law involving questions of the greatest moment. 50% only of the vote of Ohio for governor in 1908 was cast for the amendment receiving the highest number of votes, and less than 42% for the amendment receiving the lowest number of votes. Every amendment that was adopted was carried by a third to a quarter of the voters of the state who voted for governor in 1908. Footnote 1. The details of the voting, which are very instructive, are given by Mr. C. B. Galbraith, who is Secretary of the Convention, in an article in the New York Independent for December 19, 1912. Following is the vote on each of the amendments. 1. Reform in civil jury system. Yes, 345,686. No, 203,953. 2. Abolition of capital punishment. Yes, 258,706. No, 303,246. 3. Depositions by state and comment on failure of accused to testify in criminal cases. Yes, 291,717. No, 227,547. 4. Suits against the state. Yes, 306,764. No, 216,634. 5. Damages for wrongful death. Yes, 355,605. No, 195,216. Number 6. Initiative and referendum. Yes, 312,592. No, 231,312. 7. Investigations by each House of General Assembly. Yes, 348,779. No, 175,337. 8. Limiting veto power of governor. Yes, 282,412. No, 254,186. Number 9. Mechanics and builders' liens. Yes, 278,582. No, 242,385. Number 10. Welfare of employees. Yes, 353,588. No, 189,728. Number 11. Workmen's compensation. Yes, 321,558. No, 211,772. Number 12. Conservation of natural resources. 318,192. No, 191,893. Number 13. 8-hour day on public work. Yes, 333,307. No, 232,898. Number 14. Removal of officials. Yes, 347,333. No, 185,986. Number 15. Regulating expert testimony in criminal trials. Yes, 336,987. No, 185,458. Number 16. Registering and warranting land titles. Yes, 346,373. No, 171,807. Number 17. Abolishing prison contract labor. Yes, 333,034. No, 215,208. Number 18. Limiting power of General Assembly in extra sessions. Yes, 319,100. No, 192,130. Number 19. Change in judicial system. Yes, 264,922. No, 244,375. Number 20. Judge of Court of Common Pleas for each county. Yes, 301,891. No, 223,287. 21. Abolition of justices of the peace in certain cities. Yes, 264,832. No, 252,936. 22. Contempt proceedings and injunctions. Yes, 240,896. No, 257,302. 23. Women's suffrage. Yes, 249,420. No, 336,875. Number 23. Women's suffrage. Yes, 249,420. No, 336,875. 24. Omitting word white. Yes, 242,735. No, 265,693. 25. Use of voting machines. Yes, 242,342. No, 288,652. Number 26. Primary elections. Yes, 349,801. No, 183,112. 27. Organization of boards of education. Yes, 298,460. No, 213,337. Number 28. Creating Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction to replace State Commissioner of Common Schools. Yes, 256,615. No, 251,946. Number 29. To extend state board limit to $50 million for intercounty wagon roads. Yes, 272,564. No, 274,582. Number 30. Regulating insurance. Yes, 321,388. No, 196,628. Number 31. Abolishing Board of Public Works. Yes, 296,635. No, 214,829. Number 32. Taxation of state and municipal bonds, inheritances, incomes, franchises, and production of minerals. Yes, 269,039. No, 249,864. Number 33. Regulation of corporations and sale of personal property. Yes, 300,466. No, 212,704. Number 34. Double liability of stockholders and inspection of private banks. Yes, 377,272. No, 156,688. Number 35. Regulating state printing. Yes, 319,612. No, 192,378. Number 36. Eligibility of women to certain offices. Yes, 261,806. No, 284,370. Number 37. Civil service. Yes, 306,767. No, 204,580. Number 38. Out-of-door advertising. Yes, 261,361. No, 262,440. Number 39. Methods of submitting amendments to the Constitution. Yes, 271,827. No, 246,687. Number 40. Municipal Home Rule. Yes, 301,861. No, 215,120. Number 41. Schedule of Amendments. Yes, 275,062. No, 213,979. For license to traffic in intoxicating liquors, 273,361. Against license to traffic in intoxicating liquors, 188,825. Some recent Ohio election statistics are given here for purpose of comparison. The vote for governor in 1908 was 1,125,054. In 1910, 932,262. The highest vote cast on any amendment was 586,295 on women's suffrage. The lowest, 462,186, was polled on the liquor license amendment. A vigorous campaign was waged for both of these. It will be noted, however, that the aggregate vote on the latter was much lower than that given for any other proposal. It stood alone at the head of the second column of the ballot, and many voters, evidently after following down the column to number 41, thought they had reached the end of the list and did not take notice the license proposal at the head of the next column. Of all questions considered, the initiative and referendum was most thoroughly discussed in and out of the convention. It will be noted that while the majority for this prime article of the progressive faith is large, it is exceeded by that given for each of the 23 other proposals. Measures accorded a high vote in the convention were not always so popular with the electors of the state. The amendment receiving the highest majority passed by the convention by only a single vote more than the lowest in the entire series, while numbers 24 and 36, which passed the convention almost unanimously, were both defeated. Attractive titles undoubtedly help to increase the majorities in some instances. Amendment number 1 is brief. Following is the full text. The right of trial by jury shall be inviolate, except that, in civil cases, laws may be passed to authorize the rendering of a verdict by the concurrence of not less than 3/4 of the jury. This amendment was given the title Reform in Civil Jury System. Reform in these progressive times is particularly attractive. It is a case in which a rose by any other name would not smell quite so sweet. This initial word probably brought a few thousand votes to an amendment that would certainly have carried under a more appropriate title. In this class should be included number 10, Welfare of Employees. It provides that laws may be passed fixing and regulating the hours of labor, establishing a minimum wage, and providing for the health, comfort, and safety and general welfare of employees. In this instance also, the title helped a proposal that would doubtless have carried with a more explicit designation. It will be seen that 8 of the 42 proposals failed to receive the required majority. The first of these is the abolition of capital punishment. The old doctrine of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth was promulgated effectively in the convention and before the people. It was also urged that under existing law in Ohio, the jury may recommend mercy and thus prevent electrocution. The issue was clearly defined, and the result fairly represents the present sentiment of the state on this subject. There are evidences, however, that the verdict is not final and that the time is not far distant when it will be reversed. To the surprise of most of the careful observers of number 22, providing for the regulation of contempt proceedings and the prohibition of injunctions in controversies involving the employment of labor, was lost. The principle embodied in this amendment has been advocated for years by organized labor. Women's suffrage was defeated by a decisive majority, but not so large proportionally as that registered against the reform in Oregon in 1910, on the occasion of its third submission to the electors of that state through initiative petition. Liquor interests were most active in opposing this amendment. Unfortunately, the opposition to women's suffrage adversely affected number 36, which provided for the appointment of women to certain offices in the state and its political subdivisions where interests and care of women and children are involved. On the face of the returns, the electors of Ohio have evidently resolved thoroughly to eliminate women from participating in public affairs. Perhaps the greatest surprise was the result of the vote on number 24, omitting the word white. The Constitution of 1851, which was adopted before the emancipation of the colored race, limited the elective franchise to every white male citizen of the United States of the age of 21 years. The word white still remains in the Constitution, although it was made of no effect by the adoption of the 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. The amendment simply sought to make the Constitution of Ohio harmonize in form with the national Constitution. A similar amendment, complicated, it is true, with other issues, was submitted in this state in 1867 and defeated. Race prejudice is evidently still strong in Ohio, a state that in 1861 through 1865 poured forth her blood freely to blot out an invidious distinction that is still retained in her Constitution. The authorization of the use of voting machines was defeated largely through the strenuous opposition to it in the city of Cleveland and the apprehension in rural counties that the innovation would involve needless expense. Perhaps the word machines had for some a sinister suggestion that increased the unfavorable vote. Amendment number 29, best known among its friends as the Good Roads proposal, was strongly combated in the convention, and the opposition was carried to the people. The heaviest vote against it was polled by the farmers of the counties that already have good roads. Many voters in the cities and in the country were opposed to raising the bond limit of the Constitution for any purpose. The last in the list of defeated amendments is number 38, outdoor advertising. This simply sought to give the General Assembly authority to regulate outdoor advertising, especially billboards, which often mar the beauty of cities with their unsightly displays. The billboard companies fought the amendment and thoroughly circularized the state against it. They succeeded in defeating it by a very narrow margin. The amendments that carried, without exception, received their large majorities in the large cities of the state. The country vote was light and conservative. In a number of rural counties, every amendment was voted down. End of footnote. Constitutional amendments must be submitted to the people and always have been in the states, but it is monstrous that anything less than a majority of all the voters should be able to adopt a constitutional amendment. We had 2 constitutional amendments of no great importance submitted in this state at the last election. Less than 2/3, not of the voters, but of those who came to the polls, voted on them, and although there was no substantial opposition to either, yet they were put into our Constitution by a vote which was less than half of the votes cast for the candidates. I could go on and give you case after case of a similar character, and they prove beyond a possibility of doubt that the compulsory initiative and referendum is nothing in the world but a device to permit interested and organized minorities to govern. The legislature necessarily represents all the people, whether voted for by all the people or not, and is chosen on that understanding. But the minorities of voters to which we are asked to give this power to compel the submission and the adoption of laws in the exercise of that power represent nobody but themselves. This system of compulsory initiative and referendum means the conversion of legislatures into mere machines of record and the destruction of representative government. Representative government is the one great advance in the methods of government which has been made in modern times. Its growth, its development, its adoption in one country after another have been coincident with the advance of political freedom, so much so that it has become almost synonymous with it. The first care of every autocrat, every dictator, of every man who has seized on power for himself alone, has been to break down the representative body or reduce it to a form and a ceremony. It is now proposed to abandon this great advance which has been made in modern times and return to earlier and rejected forms. It is done under the utterly false cry of "Let the people rule." It is not a scheme to let the people rule. That is found in the Constitution of the United States. It is a scheme to enable organized minorities of voters to rule, and through the devices of the law get possession of the state. The other great bulwark of freedom has been the independent court. Until the last few years, a man would almost have hesitated to have given utterance to such a truism, and now it is proposed to take from the courts their independence. It makes no difference to whom the court is subservient. When it becomes subservient to anybody outside the courtroom, whether that influence comes from the king, from money, or from a body of voters, that court is a servile court. It no longer interprets the laws, but declares that to be the law which someone else wants. Justice from ancient times has always been figured as a beautiful woman with bandaged eyes, holding with steady hand the scale in which all rights and wrongs are weighed. Those who now assail the courts would drag her from her high throne in the courtroom and put her on the streets to solicit support from the passions of men, to which she will then become at once the victim and the toy. The independent judiciary of the United States, and of England too, taken as a whole, and allowing for all the failures and defects incident to fallible human nature, has been the most potent defense and protection of the liberty of the individual man, and of the rights of minorities against the oppression of majorities. I cannot here today argue this great question in detail. That would take hours instead of minutes. I merely point out to you that it is now assailed, and that I do not believe that representative government and judicial independence, which have been the greatest achievements of our race in its battle for political freedom, have suddenly become dangerous to popular government. Mark well that all this agitation is directed against the representative and judicial branches of the government. I find in no program any attempt to limit the executive, and it is logical and inevitable that this should be the case. Constitutional government moves too slowly to suit some people who wish to convert it to an instrument for the quick satisfaction of their own desires and aspirations, which may be either beneficial or hurtful to the people at large. For this reason, they would substitute for it a government which consists simply of the voters and executive. Go back 50 years, and you find an example of a government of that sort in the third Napoleon, with his empire based on the plebiscite. Abraham Lincoln declared at Gettysburg that the government he was trying to preserve was a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, and that government was the government of the United States under the Constitution. On October 22, 1862, Governor Andrew, writing to Daniel Henshaw in regard to the Conference of Loyal Governors recently held at Altoona, said, "In conclusion, I can but regret the tendency I observe to obtrude matters mainly personal upon the attention of the people. It is the great cause of democratic, constitutional, representative government which is now on trial." It is the same Constitution now as it was then, except for the war amendments, and if Abraham Lincoln and John A. Andrew thought that it was a government of the people which they were giving their lives to save, I do not believe that any of us need be disturbed if we find ourselves in agreement with them. Lincoln also said in his first inaugural, "A majority held in restraint by constitutional checks and limitations, and always changing easily with deliberate changes of popular opinions and sentiments, is the only true sovereign of a free people." You observe that he says a majority under constitutional checks and limitations. He draws the distinction between government by the people and government by a majority of the voters. I have already pointed out the great gulf fixed between those two things, and the proposition which now confronts us will, if carried out, break down government by the people, which is secured by the limitations of the Constitution, and give us, bound over and helpless, to the action of a majority of the voters appearing at any given moment, voters who are a minority of the people and whose majority may be fleeting, temporary, or accidental. It was against this precise situation that the special checks and limitations which Lincoln approved were devised by the convention over which Washington presided. Let me bring home to you just what I mean by asking your attention to the first 10 amendments of the Constitution. Those amendments constitute a Bill of Rights. They have become so much a part of the life of each one of us that we think no more of them than of the air we breathe. Lest we forget, let me recall them to you. These amendments protect every man in his religion. There may be only 2 or 3 gathered together, but Congress can make no law to touch them. They are secure in their right to worship God in their own way. Within a few days, a banner has been borne through the streets of Massachusetts City, bearing the demand, "No God, no master." How do you think that proposition compares with the religious freedom guaranteed to one and all by the Constitution of the United States? To each one of you, the Bill of Rights assures freedom of speech. Into the 3rd and 4th Amendments, our ancestors put the principle of Coke's great declaration, that the house of every man is to him his castle and fortress. By securing each one of us against the quartering of soldiers and against unreasonable seizures and search warrants. In Article 5, it is provided that no man shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime except by a presentment by a grand jury, nor be subject to be put twice in jeopardy of life or limb for the same offense, nor compelled to be a witness against himself, nor deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, and no man's private property shall be taken for public use without just compensation. Article 6 secures to the accused in all criminal prosecutions a speedy and public trial by jury, and he must be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation. He shall have the right to be confronted with the witnesses against him and to have compulsory processes for obtaining witnesses in his favor and the assistance of counsel in his defense. By Article 7, the right of trial by jury is secured to everyone where the value in the controversy shall exceed $20. Article 8 provides that excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Think of what those provisions mean. They defend and protect each one of us in that which is dearest to us. They are the guardians of human rights, for every item there set down is one of the rights of men and none other. Could there be a greater misfortune than to have these famous clauses weakened, broken, mutilated, or destroyed? Whose rights do they protect? The rights of majorities? On the contrary, they are the protection of the individual man and of small minorities of men against the power of majorities. Who are to interpret those provisions and say whether the laws passed by a majority of voters infringe or not upon these great guarantees of liberty? The courts. The courts alone can secure us in the rights which the Constitution gives us. Get rid of the representative government, get rid of the courts, and you find yourself at the mercy of any momentary majority of the voters, a minority of the people, usually a minority fraction of all the voters entitled to vote. Your life, your liberty, your property are left at the discretion of a majority of the voters, which may be accidental, fleeting, temporary, without any chance for that second thought or that appeal to another tribunal which were secured to each one of us by the founders of the Republic. The Constitution is not a law. It is a declaration of principles. The effort now is to turn it into a statute, to be altered by the whim or the passion of the moment. The Constitution guards the rights of each of us, no matter how humble or how poor. I say to you, beware how you allow any man or any men to lay their hands upon that great instrument. It has been the admiration of the world. We have prospered and thriven and been an example to mankind under its beneficent provisions, which created a self-limited democracy, something which until that day men had thought impossible of accomplishment. Do not let it be torn down, for if you do, all the great advance and freedom which it represents will perish, and we shall return to those primitive forms of government which in ancient times, and in modern times as well, have oscillated between anarchy and despotism, which at best only brief intermissions of true and ordered liberty. End of section 7.
The Silver Birdsnest by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples, August 15, 2017, in the United States of America. We were shown a beautiful specimen of the ingenuity of birds a few days since by Dr. Cook of this borough. It was a bird's nest made entirely of silver wires, beautifully woven together. The nest was found on a sycamore tree on the Condorus by Dr. Francis Beard of York County. It was the nest of a hanging bird, and the material was probably obtained from a soldier's epaulet, which it had found. Westchester Village Record, spring of 1838. A stranded soldier's epaulet the waters cast ashore. A little winged rover met, and eyed it o'er and o'er. The silver bright so pleased her sight, on that lone idle vest, she knew not why she should deny herself a silver nest. The shining wire she pecked and twirled, then bore it to her bough, where on a flowery twig 'twas curled. The bird can show you how. But when enough of that bright stuff the cunning builder bore, her house to make she would not take, nor did she covet more. And when the little artisan, whether neither pride nor guilt, had entered in her pretty plan, her resting place had built. With here and there a plume to spare about her own light form, of these, inlaid with skill, she made a lining soft and warm. But do you think the tender brood she fondled there and fed were prouder when they understood the sheen about their bed? Do you suppose they ever rose, of higher powers possessed, because they knew they peeped and grew within a silver nest? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Quaker Flower by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples, August 15, 2017, in the United States of America. A trifolium from the grave of Penn. I have a little Quaker flower that hath a kind of spirit power to hold me captive hour by hour in pleasant musing lost. 'Twas plucked for me in distant land, and by another's friendly hand, from turf where I may never stand, then yon wild ocean crossed. A modest foreigner it came, bearing a sweet but humble name, yet worthy of a glorious fame among the sons of men. For oh, the pretty stranger grew, it drank the ether and the dew, and from light received its hue upon the grave of Penn. It sprang from out that hallowed ground, unclosed its eye, and smiled around upon the verdure of the mound where William's ashes rest, where low the dust in quiet lies of him among the good and wise, on earth so meek, and in the skies so high among the blest. And had my flower a living root, or seed wherefrom a germ might shoot, for one young plant to be the fruit of that small vital part. Fair Pennsylvania it should be, my friendly offering made to thee, set to thy father's memory on thy kind Quaker heart. But ah, my precious flower is dead, the snow-white sheet beneath its head and on its tender bosom spread shows that its life is o'er. And though each floweret of the gem and every leaf is on the stem. I cannot spare thee one of them, because there'll grow no more. I therefore bid my fancy weave this simple wreath, which thou'lt receive, in lieu thereof, and thence believe my fervent wish to be, that heaven, to overflowing still, with purest bliss thy cup may fill, and guard thee safe from every ill, whilst thou rememberest me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Hummingbird's Anger by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples, August 15, 2017, in the United States of America. Small as the hummingbird is, it has great courage and violent passions. If it finds a flower that has been deprived of its honey, it will pluck it off, throw it on the ground, and sometimes tear it to pieces. Buffon. On light little wings as the hummingbirds fly, with plumes many-hued as the bow of the sky, suspended in ether, they shine in the light, as jewels of nature, high-finished and bright. Their delicate forms are so buoyant and small, they hang o'er the flowers, as too airy to fall. Unborn on their beautiful pinions, that seem like glittering vapor or parts of a dream. The hummingbird feeds upon honey, and so, of course, 'tis a sweet little creature, you know. But sweet little creatures have sometimes, they say, a great deal that's bitter or sour to betray. And often the hummingbird's delicate breast is found of a very high temper possessed. Such essence of anger within it is pent, 'twould burst did no safety valve give it a vent. Displeased, it will seem a bright vial of wrath, uncorked by its heat the offender to scath. And taking occasion to let off its ire, it is startling to witness how high it will fire. A hummingbird once o'er a trumpet flower hung, and darted that sharp little member, the tongue. At once through the tube to its cell for the sweet, it felt at the bottom most certain to meet. But finding that some other child of the air to rifle the store had already been there, and no drop of honey for her to draw up, her vengeance was poured on the destitute cup. She flew in a passion that heightened her power, and cuffing and shaking the innocent flower, its tender corolla in shred after shred, she hastily stripped, then she snapped off its head. A delicate ruin on earth as it lay, that bright little fury went humming away, with gossamer softness and fair to the eye, like some living brilliant just dropped from the sky. And since when that curious bird I behold, arrayed in rich colors and dusted with gold, I cannot but think of the wrath and the spite she has in reserve, though they're kept out of sight. These two-footed, beautiful, passionate things, if plumeless or plumy, without or with wings, should go to the glass or the painter and sit, when anger is just at the height of its fit. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sabbath by Hannah Flagg GOULD, recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. Day of days, the dearest best, hallowed by Jehovah's rest. When his 6 days' work was done, holy rose the seventh sun. When creation's pillars stood, and the Lord pronounced them good, morning stars together sang, heaven with Sabbath praises rang, earth in pristine beauty shone, like a gem before his throne, while he marked thee as his claim, and he sealed thee with his name. Choice of God, thou blessed day, at thy dawn the grave gave way to the power of him within, who had sinless bled for sin. thine the radiance to illume. First for man the dismal tomb, when its bars their weakness owned, their revealing death dethroned. Then the Sun of Righteousness rose a darkened world to bless, bringing up from mortal night immorality and light. Day of glory, day of power, sacred be thine every hour, emblem earnest of the rest that remaineth for the blessed. When at last it shall appear how they loved and kept thee here, to a temple in the skies, fair eternal they shall rise. Not a sigh of grief or care shall mingle with their praises there. Then their sweet reward shall be an eternity of thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Departing Spirit by Hannah Flagg Gould, recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. Hush! Let the sigh in escaping be stopped. Be the dim chamber all silently trod. Let not the tear that is rounded be dropped. Oh, 'tis a spirit returning to God. Angels are softly untwining the strings, losing its ties to the beautiful clay. Lo, they have lifted their hovering wings, joyous they waft her in triumphant away. Sorrow not now o'er the spiritless form, while on its features death's lilies unfold. Break not the heart for another so warm, stopped in its pulse by a finger so cold. Time ne'er shall whiten a lock of that hair, silken and full, round to the forehead that shines. Age shall not come, nor the finger of care, marking that brow with their deep going lines. Ne'er will those lips be unsealed by the sigh, anguish will never that bosom invade, tears roll no more from that calm sleeping eye. Peace o'er the clay her smooth mantle has laid. Plant a young flower in beauty to spread, tender and pure where the dust shall repose. Look then from earth, whence the bright spirit fled, up, where to gladness and glory it rose. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sonnet by Hannah Flagg Gould, recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. Spare, ruthless fowler, spare that harmless robin's breast, its downy vesture do not tear, but leave the lifeblood circling there, again to warm her nest. For she is hastening home with food provided for her callow brood. Her tender offspring, see, were now thy shot to fly, left as thy helpless babes would be, reft of their mother and of thee, to moan and pine and die. Then let her pass unhurt along, and she will thank thee with a song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Father Here by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Parsons. Thou whose power assumes the form now of this wild wintry storm, let it still in mercy be shown upon the raging sea. O for him who tosses there, Father, hear this midnight prayer. Solemn darkness shrouds the world, while with mighty wings unfurled, thus the winds in fury sweep, o'er the land and o'er the deep, thou whose thought from death can save, guard the life that's on the wave. Cold and dreary is the night, snow clouds wrap the beacon light, rocks and ices like a host, armed for battle, bar the coast. For the coming bark appear, guide her, save her, Father, hear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Pilgrim's Way Song by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Parsons. I'm bound to the house of my Father. O draw not my feet from the way, nor stop me these wild flowers to gather. They droop at my touch and decay. I think of the flowers that are blooming, in beauty unfading above, the wings of the angels perfuming, who fly down on errands of love. Of earth's shallow waters the drinking is powerless my thirst to allay. Their taste is of tears while we're sinking beside them where quicksands betray. I long from that fount ever living that flows from my Father's own door, with waters so sweet and life-giving, to drink and to thirst nevermore. The gold of his bright, happy dwelling makes all lower gold to look dim. Its treasures, all treasures excelling, shine forth to allure me to him. The pearls of this world, while I'm treading in dust where as pebbles they lie, I seek the rich pearl that is shedding its luster so pure from on high. For pains my torn spirit is feeling, no balsam from earth it receives. I go to the tree that hath healing, to drop on my wounds from its leaves. A child that is weary with roaming, returning in gladness to see a home and a parent I'm coming. My Father, I hasten to thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Rising Monument by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Parsons. Rise in thy solemn grandeur, calm and slow, as well befits thy purpose and thy place. Great Speaker, rise not suddenly to show the earth forever sacred at thy base. Strong as the rocky framework of the globe, proportioned fair in altitude sublime, with freedom's glory round thee as a robe, rise gently, then defy the power of time. To future ages from thy lofty sight, speak in thy mighty eloquence and tell that where thou art on Bunker's hallowed height, our Warren and his valiant brethren fell. Say it was here the vital current flowed, purpling the turf amid the mortal strife, for man's great birthright, from the breasts that glowed with love of country more than love of life. Thou hast thy growth of blood, that, gushing warm, from patriot bosoms set their spirits free. All who behold shall venerate thy form, and bow before thy genius, liberty. Here fell the hero and his brave compeers, who fought and died to break a people's chain. The place is sacred to Columbia's tears, poured o'er the victims for a nation slain. Yet from her starry brow a glory streams, turning to gems those holy drops of grief, as after evening showers the morn's clear beams show diamonds hung on grass and flower and leaf. Upright and firm as were the patriot souls that from thy native spot arose to God, Stand thou and hold, long as our planet rolls, this last high place by freedom's martyrs trod. Let thy majestic shadow walk the ground, calm as the sun and constant as his light, and by the moon amid the dews be found, the sentinel who guards it through the night. And may the air around thee ever be to heaven-born liberty as vital breath, but, like the breeze that sweeps the upas tree, to bondage and oppression certain death. A beauteous prospect spreads for thy survey, city and dome and spire look up to thee. The solemn forest and the mountains gray stand distant to salute thy majesty. An ocean in his numbers deep and strong, while the bright shore beneath thy ken he laves, will sing to thee an everlasting song of freedom with his never-conquered waves. Rise then and stand unshaken till the skies above thee are about to pass away. But when the dead around thee are to rise, melt in the burning splendors of the day. For then will he, whose right it is to reign, who hath on earth a kingdom pure to save, come with his angels, calling up the slain to freedom and annihilate the grave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Name in the Sand by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Parsons. Alone I walked the ocean strand. A pearly shell was in my hand. I stooped and wrote upon the sand my name, the year, the day. As onward from the spot I passed, one lingering look behind I cast. A wave came rolling high and fast, and washed my lines away. And so methought 'til will shortly be, with every mark on earth from me, a wave of dark oblivion sea will sweep across the place where I have trod the sandy shore of time and been to be no more, of me, my day, the name I bore, to leave nor track nor trace. And yet with him who counts the sands and holds the waters in his hands, I know a lasting record stands inscribed against my name, of all this mortal part has wrought, of all this thinking soul has thought, and from these fleeting moments caught, for glory or for shame. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Child of a Year and a Day by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Parsons. To grief the night hours keeping, a mournful mother lay upon her pillow weeping. Her babe had passed away. When she had clasped her treasure a year and yet a day, of time 'twas all its measure, 'twas gone like morning's ray. The jewel heaven had shown her, of worth surpassing gold, was lent her by its owner, 'twas never earth's to hold. Then fondly hovering o'er her, a bright young angel hung, and warm the love it bore her, and sweet the song it sung. O mother, why this weeping? Let all thy sorrow cease. My infant form is sleeping, where naught can break its peace. And he who once was blessing such little children here, my spirit now possessing, will hold me ever dear. I never knew the dreading of death's all-conquering blow, my mortal raiment shedding, I rose above the foe. Where sickness cannot pain me, where comes nor grief nor night, where sin shall never stain me, I dwell a child of light. While many a pilgrim hoary treads long earth's weary way, I have eternal glory for one short year and day. Yet that sweet angel singing its mother could not hear, for grief her heart was wringing, she'd but a mortal ear. She could not see the beaming of his celestial crown, for fast her tears were streaming, her soul to dust bowed down. A voice from heaven then falling, in soothing tones to her, as of a father calling, revealed the Comforter. And, lifting up her lowly and sorrow-laden eye, she saw the King all holy upon the throne most high, where shining hosts were pouring their praises forth to him. She saw her child adoring amid the seraphim. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Believer's Mountains by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Parsons. Not to the mount where fire and smoke Jehovah's face concealed, when loud to wandering man he spoke, to make his law revealed. Not to the awful splendor there can turn my fearful eye, to hear its thunderings and to dare its lightnings were to die. Not on the mount where Moses stood, the promised land to see, across the waves of Jordan's flood, is yet the place for me. My spirit could not bear to take that fair and glorious view, nor dare her wondrous launch to make, to try the waters through. Not to the mount where Christ appeared, at once so heavenly bright, while they who heard the Father feared and fell before the light. Not there, my Saviour ever nigh, do I his footsteps trace, his closer followers far than I attain that higher place. But to the mount without a name, where Jesus sat and taught, I daily would assert my claim to share the bread he brought. His words before that multitude dropped to his chosen few are manna for my morning food, my soul's sweet evening dew. If to temptation's mount I go, that mount exceeding high, my Lord again rebuke our foe and bid the tempter fly. No kingdom may I seek but thine, and let my glory be a light reflected pure from thine, my portion life with thee. Oft to the mount of midnight shade, of solitude and prayer, ascend, my soul, be not afraid, thy guide to follow there. The height and stillness of the scene, when thou that path hast trod, forbids this world to rush between a spirit and her God. The mount whereon my Saviour stood, and o'er the city wept, where fell his woe-wrung drops of blood, while his disciples slept. There may I go, yet not to sleep, till Jesus be betrayed, but as he went to pray and weep, o'er the suffering sin hath made. And to the solemn, shuddering mount, where Christ received the cup of death to offer us a fount of life, must I go up. And I must look upon his woe on that empurpled tree, to learn how vast a debt I owe by what he paid for me. Thence to the Mount of Galilee may I the way pursue, with joy my risen Lord to see, ere he ascends from view. For lo, the heavens their gates unfold, to take their coming King, his angels harp on strings of gold, and Alleluia sing. Now on Mount Zion may I seek my shield, my strong high tower, and thence, though here so dark and weak, be clothed with light and power. Then at that holy mountain's top, my soul, no more to roam, unfurl thy wings, thine ashes drop, and gain thy glorious home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Night and the Morning by Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Parsons. A solemn night is o'er Jerusalem. Nature, astonished, shrouds herself in gloom, for he who was the babe of Bethlehem is now a victim slain and in the tomb. The blood which started with the agony that in the garden forced his swelling veins, in crimson streams has poured on Calvary. A rocky cavern holds his pale remains. He walked with men, serene in holiness, the meek, the merciful, through taunts and strife. The front of pride he met with lowliness, and bowed to death to lift his foes to life. Fast as their sins grew bold and multiplied, his bitter cup was filling to the brim. Here doth he lie, the pale, the crucified, with damps and shadows gathered over him. The dismal night moves on but heavily, while they who came the sepulchre to keep, with bristling spears the Roman soldiery, would fain resign their glittering arms for sleep. Yet they must wake or die. The sentinel must keep his constant vigils round the spot where he shall find the watch of Israel. The life, the spirit moves, and heeds him not. Within the grave, that power victorious o'er death and darkness, far from mortal sight, hath wrought the body bright and glorious for resurrection by the morning light. And lo, the shades of night are vanishing. The guard behold, as comes the dawning day, her dubious gloom and dimness banishing. The stone that barred the tomb is rolled away. But where's the form that in the drapery which wraps the dead lay spiritless and cold, within the vault so still and shadowy, that as a prison guard they came to hold? That form is gone, its cast-off covering. The sad habiliments of death are here, with burial odors round them hovering, and white-robed angels calmly sitting near. But see the garden, fair and flowering, where newborn lilies worship from their stalks, and boughs with blossoms bend embowering the dewy pathway, there the Saviour walks. The guilty city still is slumbering, while he is risen from the broken tomb. As one his vines and fruit trees numbering, he breathes the incense of their opening bloom. The moon, now fading in the Occident, is not so mild, so heavenly fair as he. The sun, just rising in the Orient, hath less of glory than in him we see. Nature, that for his death and burial hath put on darkness as a mourning weed, arrayed in light as for a festival, proclaims afar, the Lord is risen indeed. and a poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I Shall Be Satisfied by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. I shall be satisfied when I awake in thy likeness. May I in thy likeness, my Saviour, awake, and rise in fair image of thee. Then I shall be satisfied when I can break this prison of clay and be free. Can I but come forth in eternity's light, with thy perfect features to shine, in raiment unsullied from time's dreary night, what honour and joy will be mine! Yes, I shall be satisfied then to have cast the shadows of nature all by. When darkness and dust from the dull eyelid past, my soul sees with full opened eye. How fain would I know the great morn drawing near, when earth's dreamy visions shall fade, if I in thy semblance indeed may appear, and stand in thy beauty arrayed. To see thee in glory, O Lord, as thou art, from this mortal perishing clay my spirit immortal in peace would depart, and joyous mount up her bright way. When on thine own image in me thou hast smiled, in thy holy mansion, and when thy fatherly arms have encircled thy child, I shall be satisfied then. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Penitential Tear by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Thou trembling, pure, and holy thing, what skill from ocean's depths can bring, or toil from out the mine? What monarch in his diadem, or glittering garb, produce a gem whose brightness equals thine? Thy source is deeper than the caves of riven rock, or opening waves, invisible as air. And though the angel throng above behold thee with delight and love, they ne'er can have thee there. Nor change, nor age thy sheen can dim. Thou'rt now unstained as when with him who dared in olden time thrice his dear suffering Lord deny, then melted at the Saviour's eye, and paid thee for his crime. Called from the treasures of the soul by power divine, when thou dost roll forth from the mourner's eye, thy wearer thou dost then proclaim, the heir of life, who has his name writ in the book on high. Thou art a pearl that all may own, and when thy matchless worth is known to those who wear thee here, they will be changed, and shall behold the shining gates of heaven unfold. Bright Penitential Tear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Teachings of God by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. He reigns on high, a glorious King, in ocean, earth, and air. He moves and governs everything, for God is everywhere. The waters at his bidding flow, the mountain and its flower their majesty and beauty show, as traces of his power. The lilies by the meadow rills are leaning on his hand, and so the cedar of the hills, the palm and olive stand. He formed the birds that sport along on light and brilliant wing. He tuned them with the voice of song, and joy his praise to sing. The earth is ours, so rich and fair, from him who made it thus, who sends his angels down with care to minister to us. The rainbow with its beauteous dyes, a pledge to man is lent, by him who spreads the shining skies around him as a tent. The heavens, my child, are full of him. Yon radiant sun above is but an image, cold and dim, of his great power and love. He placed that glorious orb on high in splendor there to roll, to warm the world, to light the eye. He lights and warms the soul. And lest the night with sable shade that azure vault should mar, he moved his finger there and made at every touch a star. With these the moon, his beaming gift, here lets her lustre fall, our thoughts to win, our hearts to lift to him who gave them all. And he is ours, that Holy One, our Father, Guide, and Friend, in ways untravelled by the sun, in love that ne'er shall end. 'Tis sweet to worship him below, with his approving eye to mark the way. Our spirits go to seek his face on high. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Herald's Cry in the Desert by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. September 6, 2017, in the United States of America. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. St. John, chapter 1, verse 8. Awake, O ye nations, and shaking the slumber of death from your eyes, behold, the fair morn in its breaking, the sun of all glory arise. He comes, mist and dimness dispelling, the shadows and clouds flee away. Ho, all that in darkness are dwelling, spring up and rejoice in the day. Ye dying, life's waters revealing, he'll show you to fountain and streams. Ye wounded, for you he brings healing, come out and repose in his beams. Come, all ye disconsolate, hailing your King in his beauty and might. His raiment Mount Ebal is veiling, Mount Gerizim shines with his light. O praise him, ye weary, in wonder, to feel your hard burdens unbound. Ye captivates, your bars fall asunder, with shoutings leap forth at the sound. Your names on his breastplate he's wearing, they're set as the seal of his ring. Ye nations, your highways preparing, receive and be glad for your King. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Our Father's Well by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. September 6, 2017, in the United States of America. Come, let's go back, my brother, and by our Father's well sit down beside each other, life's little dreams to tell. For there we played together in childhood's sunny hours, before life's stormy weather had killed its morning flowers. And since no draught we've tasted its weary journey through, as we so far have hasted, like that our Father drew, I feel as at a mountain I cannot pass nor climb, till from that distant fountain I drink as in my prime. My spirit's longing, thirsting, no waters else can quell. My heart seems near to bursting to reach that good old well. Though all be changed around it, and though so changed are we, just where our Father found it, that pure wellspring will be. In earth when deeply going, he reached and smote the rock. He set its fount to flowing, it opened at his knock. The way he smoothed and stoned it, a close, round, shadowy cell. Whoever since has owned it, it is our Father's well. His prattling son and daughter, with each an infant's cup, he waited for the water, his steady hand drew up. When he had paused and listened till down the bucket dashed, oh, how it, rising, glistened, and to the sunlight flashed. And since that moment, never has that cool deep been dry. Its fount is living ever, while man and seasons die. Around its mouth is growing the moss of many a year, but from its heart is flowing the water sweet and clear. Fond memory near it lingers, and like a happy child, she plucks with busy fingers and wreathes the roses wild. Yet many a lip whose burning its limpid drops allayed has since to ashes turning been veiled in silent shade. Still we are here and telling about our infant play, where that free spring is welling, so true and far away. But oh, the change, my brother, our Father's head is hoar, the tender name of mother is ours to call no more. And now around thee gather such little ones as we were then beside our Father, and look to theirs in thee. While fast our years are wasting, their numbers none can tell, so let us hence be hasting to find our Father's well. Come, we will speed us thither, and from its mossy brink, to flowers that ne'er shall wither, look up to heaven and drink. They spring beside the waters, our Father there will give to all his sons and daughters, where they shall drink and live. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Mother's Dream by Hannah Flagg GOULD, read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples, September 11, 2017, in the United States of America. And I will give him the morning star. Revelations, Book 2, verse 28. Methought once more to my wishful eye, my beautiful boy had come. My sorrow was gone, my cheek was dry, and gladness around my home. I saw the form of my dear lost child, all kindled with life he came. And he spake in his own sweet voice and smiled as soon as I called his name. The garb he wore looked heavenly white as the feathery snow comes down, and warm as it shone in the softened light that fell from his dazzling crown. His eye was bright with a joy serene, his cheek with a deathless bloom that only the eye of my soul hath seen when looking beyond the tomb. The odors of flowers from the thornless land, where we deemed that our blessed ones are, seemed born in his skirts, and his soft right hand was holding a radiant star. His feet, unshod, looked tender and fair as the lily's opening bell, half veiled in a cloud of glory, as there around him in folds it fell. I asked him how he was clothed anew, who circled his head with light, and whence he returned to meet my view, so calm and heavenly bright. I asked him where he had been so long, away from his mother's care, again to sing me his infant song, and to kneel by my side in prayer. He said, "Sweet mother, the song I sing is not for an earthly ear. I touch the harp with a golden string, for the hosts of heaven to hear. It was but a gently fleeting breath that severed thy child from thee. The fearful shadow in time called death hath ministered life to me. My voice in an angel choir I lift, and high are the notes we raise. I hold the sign of a priceless gift, and the giver who hath our praise. The bright and the morning star is he, who bringeth eternal day, and mother, he giveth himself to thee, to lighten thine earthly way. The race is short to a peaceful goal, and he is never afar. Who saith of the wise, untiring soul, I will give him the morning star? Thy measure of care for me was filled, and pure to its crystal top. For faith with a steady eye distilled and numbered every drop. While thou wast teaching my lips to move and my heart to rise in prayer, I learned the way to a world above. The home of thy child is there. The secret prayers thou didst make for me, that only thy God hath known, arose like sweet incense, holy and free, and gathered around his throne. My robe was filled with the perfume sweet to shed upon the world's air, as I joyful knelt at my Saviour's feet, for the glorious crown I wear. In that bright, blissful world of ours, the waters of life I drink. Behold my feet, as they've pressed the flowers that grow by the fountain's brink. No thorn is hidden to wound me there. There's nothing of chill or blight, or sighing to blend with the balmy air. No sorrow, no pain, no night. No parting, I asked with a burst of joy, and the lovely illusion broke. My rapture had banished my beauteous boy, to a shadowy void I spoke. But oh, that star of the morn still beams, with light to direct my feet, where, when I have done with my earthly dreams, the mother and child may meet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The War Spirit on Bunker's Height by Hannah Flagg GOULD, read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples, September 11, 2017, in the United States of America. The sun walked the skies in the splendor of June, o'er earth full of promise and air full of tune. The broad azure streams calmly rolled to the deep, whose waves on its breast stirred like babies in their sleep. The turf heaved its green to the white vestured flock that fed or reposed in the shade of the rock. The birds sang their songs by their nests in the bowers, and the bee hummed with sweets from the fresh opened flowers. The hummingbird glittered and whirred o'er the cell, where her nectar was stored from the hill to the dell, mid the bloom and the perfume that passed on the breeze from the rose and the vine and the fruit-bearing trees. It seemed like a gala when nature, arrayed in festival robes, with her treasures displayed, reflected the smile of her Maker above, and offered up hymns of her thanksgiving love. And yet, in the bosom of man, there were fires, fierce, quenchless, and fearful, consuming desires, for right unpossessed and for lawless domain, that burned to the soul and that flamed to the brain. In the streets there was clanging and gleaming of arms, in the dwellings resolve, preparation, alarms. In the eye of the wife, mother, sister, a tear, in the face of their soldier, no semblance of fear. The patriot chieftain had marked out his ground, to hold or to fall if his foe passed the bound. And now was the hero to close in the strife, for death as a bondman or freedom with life. The war spirit hovered and frowned on the height, his eye flashing lightning, his wings shedding night. From his wide fiery nostrils rolled volumes of smoke, and the rocks roared afar as in thunder he spoke. At his dread shock of nature, the lamb from its play, the bee and the bird in a fright fled away. The branch, flower, and grass felt the crush and the scath, and the winds passing by snuffed the heat from his wrath. With blood that in torrents he poured down like rain, he drenched the green turf that he strewed with the slain, till the eminence groaned with the carnage it bore, and its heart heaved and shuddered at drinking the gore. While the breath of the war spirit scented the air, the rivers looked wild in reflecting his glare, and ocean's cold bosom was torn as he gave the flap of his pinion to trouble its wave. The village besieged, wrapped in flames from his breath, looked up to the hill where he revelled with death, and swelled with the essence of life he had shed, to sweeten their cup and the banquet to spread. O war spirit, when didst thou bring such trophies of beauty before the pale king, since walking on Gilboa's height in thy power, of Israel's valiant to mow down the flower? Mourn, wail, O ye people, and spread wide the pall, whose deep sable fringe down the hillsides shall fall. Your brethren's warm blood cries aloud from the ground, that hosts like Philistias in triumph surround. The love, the pleasant have perished, alas, where they fell, may there hence be no dew on the grass. Let a monument there, toward the heavens rear its head, from a base that shall cover the spot where they bled. Ah, war spirit, deep was the gloom, though heaven was unclouded and earth all in bloom, when thou at the onset, that young summer's day, did strike so much valor to darkness away. And yet by that thunder the land is awake. 'Twas the crack of her yoke when beginning to break, and out of that gloom is her glory to spread, her living be franchised, immortal her dead. For up from that summit an eagle shall rise, to breast the thick clouds till he sails the blue skies, and drop while he battles at the fountain of light a plume from his pinion, their story to write. It shall fall where they fell, on the still purple sword, full and warm of the sunbeams, their deeds to record, and move o'er the scroll in the hand of the free, while the wing where it grew spans the earth and the sea. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Inner Self by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. September 11, 2017, in the United States of America. While others lie composed in sleep, close wrapped in shade and silence deep, and starry hosts and angels keep their vigils o'er the night, I have a curious work to do, a secret door to venture through, a wondrous being then to view, if I can stand the sight. I now take up the sacred key, unlock my breast, and pass to see the inmost true essential me, and lo, I here have found, enclosed within its shrine, the heart, myself, my thinking, reasoning part. But say, my spirit, what thou art, and whence and whither bound. 'Tis but with wonder, reverence, fear, and shrinking that I thus draw near the majesty that meets me here, my soul unveiled in thee. I cannot give thy form or hue, or measure or proportions true, but feel myself subdue, thou deepening mystery. Not all the earth, nor air, nor sea could furnish food to nourish thee, nor welling founts, nor rivers free the spirit's thirst allay, nor silver web, nor cloth of gold, nor stuffs that time can e'er unfold, nor pearls, nor gems this world may hold, compose thee in array. Yet all the fibers of my frame own that from thee their feeling came, and at the slightest touch will claim thy closest sympathy. Thou art their life, their light, their spring, informing them in everything, but how they are allied and cling, my nobler self, to thee. And do I thus the power survey, whom all my meaner powers obey? Hand, foot, and tongue, and eye, are they the servants of thy will? And when they pause, repose to take, dost thou, untiring and awake, thy pinions spread and swiftly make thy wide excursions still? What art thou, never slumbering soul, to stretch thy wings from pole to pole, to span the globe, to mark its roll, in elements to see, conspiring thus to prophesy its end to come before thine eye, whilst thou canst fire and flood defy, nor ever cease to be? And swifter than an eagle flies, or arrow's dart, dost thou arise, through air and space, and scale the skies, mid shining spheres to roam, and with thy conscious rank elate, dost stand and watch at heaven's bright gate, for glimpses of that rich estate, where thou mayest claim thy home. Thence near the pit dost thou go down, to spy the difference twixt the crown of life and that dread withering frown, which blights a spirit there. Then on eternity's dark brink, between them dost thou pause and think, and ask if thou shalt soar or sink, to joy or woe the heir. Too blind to trace thy being's plan, too small my nobler part to span, I end my quest where it began, and from myself retire. I hence must own within my breast a power of unknown powers possessed, a flame not long to be repressed, of clear immortal fire. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Time by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. September 11, 2017, in the United States of America. Time, with thy kind and never-wearying powers, give whatever we fondly count as ours. Life, love, hope, faith, the sun, the stars, and flowers, all that to man is dear to thee we owe. Yet does he call thee slayer, robber, thief, and stern as of his foes thou wert the chief, filling his path with ruins, pain, and grief, without one tender blessing to bestow. Nature we laud, when thou, paternal time, hast given maturity as well as prime to all her works in every age and clime, since the first floret on her bosom grew. Light from the darkness doth thy hand unfold, beauty from dust we in thy deeds behold. The frail, the dimmed, the withered, worn, and old, thy breath dissolves, that they may shine anew. The city flames and melts the tottering wall, again she rises fairer for the fall. Thou beckonest back the flood, and at thy call, from crust-capped mounts volcanic splendors pour. The absent sun his way to morning bends, the waning star to thy command attends, fills out and burns, and man to dust descends in hope to live when thou shalt be no more. The leaves are scattered, yet the waiting tree shall have them brought in verdure back to thee. The flower has vanished, but the trusting bee will find her cell again with sweetness stored. The seed may perish, yet the germ will rise. The grain is ripened while its sheathing dies. The fruits of earth, the glories of the skies, forth by thy bounteous hand to man are poured. We owe thee still for gifts far more divine, the key to joys it never can be thine, to give or take, and heavenly light to shine, when we must enter that dark shadowy vale, where naught of earth the pathway can illume, or lend one ray to shoot across the gloom that gathers round the threshold of the tomb, when thou must there first and forever fail. Then why does man so oft forget that he owes all he is and all he hopes to be, when thou and he are served but to thee? Why does he slay thee piecemeal day by day, shut out in exile from thine empire, there, in that unknown dread, boundless country, where is no retreat, no inn? How will he bear to have thy spectre haunt the endless way? Man's wisest study is to know thy worth, and his relations to thee from his birth, to bring his course o'er this uneven earth in a clear sunset to a quiet close. Then, as a weary traveller is undressed, while gently thou the spirit mayest divest of her worn garment, there remains a rest, and she goes franchised to that blessed repose. And now, O time, as one more hasty year of thine is gone, thou hast another here. Grateful we hail it, through the bitter tear, may have put out the light of joy that shone on many a face, though tender, sundered ties have changed to chords that vibrate but with sighs. In many a stricken breast where sorrow lies, draining the life stream while that year has flown. Countless the blessings showered in its flight, in seeming evils turning and viewed aright, may prove but passing clouds and lined with light. Our trust deceived in earthly things may teach the restless, eager spirit to forego her crushing grasp on hollow hopes that grow like fragile reeds to mock her hold below, and after higher, holier joys to reach. Time, then our nobler aspirations raise, since few and short and fleeting are our days, and since so peaceful are her pleasant ways, teach us to wisdom to apply the heart, so that when thou hast safely led us through thy kingdom with a brighter land in view, calm at thy burn, and with a kind adieu, we may as friends shake hands with thee and part. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. My Head by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples, September 11, 2017, in the United States of America. The day is come I never thought to see, strange revelations of my farm and me. Dryden's Virgil. My head, the day is come I never thought to see, when all, with fingers and a thumb, may to thy chambers have a key. That is, if thou wouldst but submit to come beneath the learned touch, and let thy judge in judgment sit upon thy bumps that prove so much. I used to think our heads might let their own contents at will be shown. I never thought mankind could get an outward way to make them known. But now the sapient hand has cut the matter short, and all may tell thy value as they'd prize a nut, and know the kernel by the shell. If half the light that has been thrown on heads were only poured within, thou wouldst not thus be left to own the darkness that is now thy sin. But while the world is in a blaze of purely phrenologic light, thou wildered thing art in a maze, and destitute of faith and sight. They use 1,000 meaning words thou couldst not utter or define, of which, to tell the truth, 3 words were gravel in a mouth like mine. They hold me out an empty skull to show the powers of living brains. 'Tis just like feeling of the hull to tell what goods the ship contains. And whether nature or mishap have raised the bump, 'tis all the same. The sage's crown or dunce's cap must be awarded as its claim. This hobby that so many sit and manage with such ease and grace, I dare not try with rein or bit. It seems so of the donkey race. And yet, my head, no doubt, 'tis all a fault of thine, a want of sight, that so much said by Combe and Gall, and Spurzheim cannot turn thee right. I know not what thy case may be, if thou art hollow or opaque. I only know thou canst not see, and faith declines one step to take. This burst of light has turned thee numb, depriving thee of every sense. So now, if tired, thou must be dumb, nor say one word in self-defense. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Wheatfield by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. October 5th, 2017, in the United States of America. Field of wheat, so full and fair, shining with thy sunny hair, lightly weaving either way, graceful as the breezes play. Looking like a summer sea, how I love to gaze at thee! Pleasant art thou to the sight, and to thought a rich delight. Then thy voice is music sweet, softly sighing, field of wheat. Pointing upward to the sky, rising straight and aiming high, every stalk is seen to shoot as an arrow from the root. Like a well-trained company, all in uniform agree. From the footing to the ear, all in order strict appear. Marshaled by a skillful hand, all together bow or stand, still within the proper bound, none o'ersteps the given ground, with its tribute held to pay, at his nod whom they obey, each the gems that studs its crown, will ere long for man lay down. Thou will promise art replete of the precious sheaves of wheat. How thy strength in weakness lies, not a robber bird that flies, finds support whereby to put on a stalk her lawless foot. Not a predatory beak plunges down thy stores to seek, where the guard of silver spears keeps the fruit and decks the ears. No vain insect that could do harm to thee dares venture through such an armory, or eat off the sheath to take the wheat. What a study do we find, open here for eye and mind? In it who can offer less than to wonder and confess that on this high-favored ground faith is blessed and hope is crowned. Charity her arms may spread, wide from it with gifts of bread. Wisdom, power, and goodness meet in the bounteous field of wheat. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Little Traveler by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan H. Staples. October 5th, 2017, in the United States of America. I am the tiniest child of earth, but still I would like to be known to fame. Though next to nothing I had my birth, and lowest of all is my lowly name, yet if so humble my native place, I this can say in family pride, that I'm of the world's most numerous race, and made by the Maker of all beside. Although I'm so poor, I've nothing to lose. Still I'm so little I can't be lost. I journey about wherever I choose, and those who carry me bear the cost. The most forgiving of earthly things, I often cling to my deadly foe. In spite of the cruelest flirts and flings, arise by the force that has cast me low. When beauty has trodden me underfoot, I've quietly risen her face to seek, embraced her forehead, or calmly put myself to rest in her dimpled cheek. I've ridden to war, on the soldier's plume, but startled and sprung at the wild affray, the sights of horror, of fire and fume, and fled on the wings of the winds away. I've visited courts and been ushered in by the proudest guest of the stately scene. I've touched his majesty's bosom pin and the nuptial ring of his lofty queen. At the royal board, in the grand parade, I've oft been one familiar and free. The fairest lady has smiled and laid her delicate gloveless hand on me. Philosopher, poet, and learned, the sage, never declines a call from me, and all of every rank and age admit me into their coterie. I visit the lions of everywhere, if human or brute, and can testify to what they do, to what they wear, to wonders none ever beheld but I. And now, reviewing the things I have done, forgetting my name, my rank, and birth, I begin to think I am number one of the great and manifold things of earth. I've still much more, and I yet might tell, which modesty bids me here withhold. For fear with my travels I seem to swell, grow, for an atom of dust too bold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Entangled Fly by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Ah, thou unfortunate, poor silly fly, caught in a spider's web, hung there to die! What could have tempted thee, what led thee there, for thy foe thus to throw around thee the snare? Struggling and crying, so ne'er can unweave from thee the silken threads, laid to deceive. Sorrowing for wandering comes now in vain, and with one thus undone grief adds to pain. Yet I will rescue thee, unwary thing. Thou mayst again be off, high on the wing, if thou wilt promise me hence to be found never more as before on evil ground. Trust not the flatterer, skilled to ensnare, he is a wily one. Think and beware, down to his dusky ways no more descend. Little fly, thou and I both want a friend. Man hath an enemy, whose snare is laid softly and silently, deep in the shade, light by the tempter shunned, only can show where secure, free, and pure our feet may go. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Peach Blossoms by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Joelee Pasztor. Come here, Cousin Mary, and see what fair ripe peaches there are on the tree, on the very same bough that was given to me by Father one day last spring. When it looked so beautiful all in the blow, and I wanted to pluck it, he told me, you know, I might, but that waiting a few months would show the fruit that patience might bring. And as I perceived by the sound of his voice and the look of his eye, it was clearly his choice that it should not be touched. I have now to rejoice that I told him we'd let it remain. For had it been gathered when full in the flower, its blossoms had withered perhaps in an hour, and nothing on earth could have given the power that would make them flourish again. But now of a fruit so delicious and sweet, I've enough for myself and my playmates to treat. And they tell me besides that the kernels secrete what if planted will make other trees. For the shell will come open to let down the root, and sprout shall spring up, whence the branches will shoot. There'll be buds, leaves, and blossoms, and then comes the fruit, such beautiful peaches as these. And nature, they say, like a mighty machine, has a wheel in a wheel, which, if aught comes between, it ruins her work, as it might have been seen, had it not given patience this trial. From this I'll be careful to keep it in mind, when the blossoms I love, that there lingers behind a better reward that the trusting shall find for a trifling self-denial. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Broken Pipe by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Joelee Pasztor. Come here, little Willie, why, what is the trouble? I've broke my new pipe, Ma, I can't make a bubble. Well, don't weep for that, child, but brighten your face, and tell how this grievous disaster took place. Why, Puss came along, and I said, now she'll think that white frothy water is milk she may drink. So I set it before her, and plunged her mouth in, when up came both claws, and clung fast to my chin. Then I gave her a blow with my pipe, and it flew at once into pieces. Oh, what shall I do? I can't make a bubble. I wish naughty Kit had been a mile off. See, there's blood on me yet. I'm sorry, my boy, yet your loss is but just. You first deceived Pussy and trifled with trust. In this, when you failed, you compelled her, and thence the wound on your face from poor Kit's self-defense. Then, when you grow cruel and beat her, you know your pipe and yourself fared worse for the blow. Let this lesson teach you, hence never to stoop to make man or brute that may trust you a dupe. And when you have power, it should not be abused, oppressing the weaker, nor strength be misused. For often unkindness returns whence it came, and ever deceit must be followed by shame. Remember this, William, and here end your sorrow. I'll buy you a pipe to blow bubbles tomorrow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Vivy Vain by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by JMBurnworth. Miss Vain was all given to dress, too fond of gay clothing, and so she'd gad about town, just to show a new gown, as a train band their colour to show. Her head being empty and light, whene'er she obtained a new hat, with pride in her hair she'd go round, here and there, for all whom she knew to see that. Her folly was chiefly in this, more highly she valued fine looks, than virtue or truth, or devoting her youth to usefulness, friendship, or books. Her passion for show was unchecked, and therefore it happened one day, arrayed in bright hues, and with new hat and shoes, Miss Vain walked abroad for display. She took the most populous streets, to cause but aversion in those who saw how she'd prinked, and to bystanders winked, while the boys cried, "Halloo, there she goes!" It chanced that, in passing one way, she came near a pool, and a green, with fence close and high, and, as Vivy drew nigh, a donkey stood near it unseen. He put his mouth over its top, the moment she came by his place, and gave a loud bray in her ear, when away she sprang, shrieked, and fell on her face. She thought she was swallowed alive, a while upon earth lying flat, and the terrible sound seemed to furrow the ground she embraced in her fine gown and hat. She gathered herself up and ran, yet heeded not, whither or whence, to flee from the roar that continued to pour behind her from over the fence. In passing a slope near the pool, she slipped and rolled down to its brim. The geese gave a shout, and at length hissed her out of the bounds where they'd gathered to swim. In turning a corner she met, abruptly, the horns of a cow, that mooed while the cur at the heels turned from her, and aimed at Miss Vain his bow-wow. Then Vivy's bright ribbons and skirt, as she flew, flirted high on the wind. The children at play paused to see one so gay, and all in a flutter behind. A group of glad schoolboys came by. Said they, "So it seems that today Miss Vain carries marks, at which the dog barks, and that makes sober long ears to bray." And when all bedraggled and pale, poor Vivy approached her own door, she went swift and straight as a dart through the gate, abhorring the gay gear she wore. She sat down and thought of the scene, with humiliation and tears, The words and the noise of the brutes and the boys were echoing still in her ears. She reasoned, and came at the cause, resolving that cause to remove, and thence her desire was for modest attire, and her heart and her mind to improve. And soon all who knew her before remarked on the change and the gain, in mind and in mien, and in dress that were seen in the once flashy Miss Vivy Vain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. August 17th, 2017, Columbus, Ohio.
The Mockingbird by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Joelee Pasztor. A mockingbird was he, in a bushy blooming tree, embosomed by the foliage and flower. And there he sat and sang till all around him rang with sounds from out the merry mimic's bower. The little satirist piped, chattered, shrieked, and hissed. He then would moan and whistle, cock, and caw. Then carol, drawl, and croak, as if he'd passed a joke on every other winged one he saw. Together he would catch a gay and plaintive snatch, and mingle notes of half the feathered throng, for well the mocker knew of everything that flew, to imitate the manner and the song. The other birds drew near and paused a while to hear how well he gave their voices and their airs, and some became amused, while some, disturbed, refused to own the sounds the others said were theirs. The sensitive were shocked to find their honors mocked by one so pert and voluble as he. They knew not if 'twas done in earnest or in fun, and fluttered off in silence from the tree. The silliest grew vain to think a strong or sane of theirs, however weak or loud or hoarse, was worthy to be heard, repeated by the bird, for of his wit they could not feel the force. The charitable said, "Poor fellow, if his head is turned or cracked, or has no talent left, but feels the want of powers, and plumes itself from ours, why, we shall not be losers by the theft." The haughty said, "He thus, it seems, would mimic us, and steal our songs to pass them for his own. But if he only quotes in honor of our notes, why, we are quite as honored, let alone." The wisest said, "If foe or friend, we still may know by him wherein our greatest failing lies. So let us not be moved, since first to be improved by everything becomes the truly wise." End of poem. This is a recording in the public domain.
The Bird's Home by Hannah Flagg Gould. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. Oh, where is thy home, sweet bird, with the song and the bright glossy plume? I'll tell thee where I rest, if thou wilt not rob my nest I built among the sweet apple bloom. But what's in thy nest, bright bird? What's there in the snug downy cell? If thou wilt not rob the tree, nor go too near to see my quiet little home, I will tell. Oh, I will not thy trust betray, but closely thy secret I will keep. I've 3 little tender things that have never used their wings. I left them there at home, fast asleep. Then why art thou here, my bird, away from thy young helpless brood? To pay thee with a song, just to let me pass along, nor harm me as I look for their food. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Bird Uncaged by Hannah Flagg Gould. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. She opened the cage, and away there flew a bright little bird, as a short adieu. It hastily whistled and passed the door, and felt that its sorrowful hours were o'er. An anthem of freedom it seemed to sing, to utter its joy for an outspread wing, that now it could sport in the boundless air, and might go any and everywhere. And Anna rejoiced in her bird's delight, but her eye was wet as she marked its flight, till this was the song that she seemed to hear, and merrily warbled, it dried the tear. I had a mistress, and she was kind, in all but keeping her bird confined. She ministered food and drink to me, but oh, I was pining for liberty. My fluttering bosom she loved to smooth, while the heart within it she could not soothe. I sickened and longed for the wild wood breeze, my feathery kindred and fresh green trees. A prisoner there with the useless wing, I looked with sorrow on everything. I lost my voice and forgot my song, and mourned in silence the whole day long. But I will go back with a mellower pipe, and sing when the cherries are round and ripe, on the topmost bough as I lock my feet, to help myself in my leafy seat. My merriest notes shall there be heard, to draw her eye to her franchised bird. The burden then of my song shall be, earth for the wingless, but air for me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dame Biddy by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Carlow. Dame Biddy. Dame Biddy abode in a coop, because it so chanced that Dame Biddy had round her a family group of chicks young and helpless and giddy. And when she had freedom to roam, she fancied the life of a ranger, and led off her brood far from home, to fall into mischief or danger. She'd trail through the grass to be mown, and call all her children to follow, and scratch up the seeds that were sown, then lie in their places and wallow. She'd go where the corn in the hill its first little blade had been shooting, and try by the strength of her bill to learn if the kernel was rooting. And when she went out on a walk of pleasure through thicket and brambles, the covetous eye of a hawk delighted in marking her rambles. "I spy," to himself he would say, "a prize of which I'll be the winner." So down he would pounce on his prey, and bear off a chicken for dinner. The poor frightened matron that heard the cry of her youngling and dying would scream at the merciless bird that high with his booty was flying. But shrieks could not ease her distress, nor grief her lost darling recover. She now had a chicken the less for acting the part of a rover. And there lay the feathers all torn and flying one way and another, that still her dear child might have worn had she been more wise as a mother. Her owner then thought he must teach Dame Biddy a little subjection, and cooped her up out of the reach of hawking with time for reflection, and, throwing a net o'er a pile of brushwood that near her was lying, he hoped to its meshes to wile the fowler that o'er her was flying. For hawk, not forgetting his fare, and having a taste to renew it, sailed round near the coop high in the air, with cruel intention to view it. The owner then said, "Master Hawk, if you love my chickens so dearly, come down to my yard for a walk, that you may address them more nearly." But no, thought the sharp-taloned foe of Biddy, my circuit is higher. If I to his premises go, 'twill be when I see he's not nigh her. The farmer strewed barley and told the chickens the brush to run under, and left them while hawking, growing bold, thus tempted, came near for his plunder. As closer and closer he drew, with appetite stronger and stronger, he found he'd but one thing to do, and plunged to defer it no longer. But now he had come to a pause, at once in the network entangled, while through it his head and his claws in hopeless vacuity dangled. The chicks saw him hang overhead, where they for their barley had huddled, and all in a flutter they fled, and soon through the coop holes had scuttled. The farmer came out to his snare, he saw the bold captive was in it, and said, If this play be unfair, remember I did not begin it. He then put a cork in his beak, the airy assassin disarming, and spurred him and rendered him weak by blunting each talent for harming. And into the coop he was thrown, the chickens hid under their mother, for he by his feathers was known as he who had murdered their brother. Dame Biddy, beholding his plight, determined to show him no quarter, in action gave vent to her spite as motherly tenderness taught her. She shouted and blustered, and then attacked the poor captive unfriended, and you, who have witnessed a hen in anger, may guess how it ended. She made him a touching address, if pecking and scratching could do it, till, sinking in silent distress, he perished before she got through it. We would not, however, convey a thought like approving the fury that gave in this summary way punition without judge or jury. Whenever thus given, it tends to lessen the angry bestower. The fowl that inflicts it descends, the featherless biped still lower. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Envious Lobster by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Carlow. The Envious Lobster. A lobster from the water came, and saw another just the same in form and size, but gaily clad in scarlet clothing, while she had no other raiment to her back than her old suit of greenish black. So ho, she cried, 'tis very fine, your dress was yesterday like mine, and in the mud below the sea you lived a crawling thing like me. But now, because you've come ashore, you've grown so proud that what you wore, your strong old suit of bottled green, you think improper to be seen. To tell the truth, I don't see why you should be better dressed than I. And I should like a suit of red as bright as yours, from feet to head. I think I'm quite as good as you, and might be clothed in scarlet, too. Will you be boiled, her owner said, to be arrayed in glowing red? Come here, my discontented miss, and hear the scalding kettle hiss. Will you go in and there be boiled, to have your dress so old and soiled exchanged for one of scarlet hue? Yes, cried the lobster, that I'll do, and twice as much if needs must be, to be as gaily clad as she. Then in she made a fatal dive, and never more was seen alive. Now, if you ever chance to know of one as fond of dress and show as that vain lobster, and withal as envious, you'll perhaps recall to mind her folly, and the plight in which she reappeared to sight. She had obtained a bright array, but for it thrown herself away. Her life and death were best untold, but for the moral they unfold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Kit with the Rose by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Carlow in San Clemente, California. Kit with the Rose. A rose tree stood in the parlor when Kit came frolicking by, so up went her feet on the window-seat to a rose that had caught her eye. She gave it a cuff, and it trembled beneath her ominous paw, and while it shook with a threatening look, she coveted what she saw. thought she, what a beautiful toss-ball, if I could but give it a snap. Now all are out north, thinking about their rose, or the least mishap. She twisted the stem and she twirled it, and seizing the flower it bore, with the timely aid of her teeth she made a leap to the parlor floor. And over the carpet she tossed it, all fresh in its morning bloom, till shattered and rent its leaves were sent to every side of the room. At length, with her sport grown weary, she laid herself down to sun, inclining to doze, forgetting the rose and the mischief she had done. By and by her young mistress entered, and uttered a piteous cry, when she saw the fate of what had so late delighted her watchful eye. But where was the one who had spoiled it, concealing his guilty face? She had not a clue whereby to pursue the rogue to his lurking place. Thought Kit, I'll keep still till 'tis over, and none will suspect it was I. For the puss awoke when her mistress spoke, and she well understood the cry. But, meowing at length for her dinner, Kit's mouth confessed the whole truth. It opened so wide that her mistress spied a rose-leaf pierced by her tooth. Then Kit was expelled from the parlor, all covered with shame, and those inclined like her in secret to err should remember Kit with the rose. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Storm in the Forest by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Joelee Pasztor. The storm in the forest is rending and sweeping, while tree after tree bows its stately green head. The flowers beneath them are bending and weeping, and leaves torn and trembling all round them are spread. The bird that had roamed till she thinks her benighted, dismayed hastens back to her home in the wood, and flags not a wing until her bosom affrighted has laid its warm down o'er her own little brood. And they, since that fond one so quickly has found them to shelter their heads from the rain and the blast, shall fearless repose while the bolts burst around them, and lie calm and safe till the darkest is past. Hast thou too not felt when the tempest was drearest, and rending thy covert or shaking thy rest, thine own blessed angel that moment the nearest, thy screen in his pinion, thy shield in his breast? When clouds frowned the darkest and perils beset thee, till each prop of earth seemed to bend or to break, did e'er thy good angel turn off and forget thee? The mother her little ones then may forsake. Ah, no, thou shalt feel thy protector the surer, the sun in returning more cheering and warm, and all things around thee seem fresher and purer, and touched with new glory because of the storm. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Uprooted Elm by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Joelee Pasztor. Alas, alas, my good old tree, a fatal change is passed on thee, and now thine aged form I see all helpless, lying low. The rending tempest in its flight mid darkness of the wintry night hath struck thee, passing in its might, and felled thee at a blow. And nevermore the blooming spring shall to thy boughs rich verdure bring, or her gay birds to flit and sing where their first plumage grew. For thou so long, so fondly made my eyes delight, my summer shade, here as a lifeless king art laid in state for all to view. Thy noble trunk and reverend head, defined on that cold snow-white bed, and those old arms so widely spread thy hopelessness declare. Thy roots in earth concealed so long, that struck so deep with hold so strong, upturned with many a broken prong, are quivering high in air. But yestereve I saw thee stand, with lofty front, with aspect grand, where thou hadst braved the ruthless hand of time, and spread and towered, and stood the rain, the hail, the blast, till more than 100 years had passed, to fall so suddenly at last, forever overpowered. Yet while I sadly ponder o'er what now thou art and wast before, were sighs to rise and tears to pour like summer winds and rain, not all the sighs and drops of grief could bring to thee one bud or leaf. Thou liest so like a stricken chief, by one swift arrow slain. But mayst thou prove an emblem true of what the spoiler's hand shall do with one who pensive here would view a shadowy type in thee. Let not the conqueror piecemeal slay with power by power and slow decay, but strike and all in ashes lay. Farewell, my good old tree. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Through the Clouds by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Joelee Pasztor. Through the clouds that veil the sky, come, O sun, and sweetly smile. Show thy glory to mine eye, so my heart may beam the while. Come and chase this day of night, for the world is sadly dim. To thy blessed face of light, let my spirit sing her hymn. Now in silence and alone, I, to pass the heavy hour, sit and fancy nature's moan after thy reviving power. Blasts of wildered, wandering air, asking where thy face can be, chill and cheerless everywhere, sighing, wailing, seek for thee. Mourning o'er the earth is spread, bud and flower look pale with grief. Sick the plant has hung its head, dullness weighs on every leaf. Not a bird is heard to sing, reft of thine inspiring ray. As a lyre of every string, each from sight is hid away. Sable clouds that veil the blue of the skies their shadows throw, here until their somber hue gives a cast to all below. Come, O sun, and through the gloom let thy beaming vesture fall, bringing music, joy, and bloom, spread thy mantle o'er us all. What were there on earth to love, what were beauteous, bright, or dear, wert thou not so true above, and thy holy influence here. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Rose Tree by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org. My rose tree, oh, my beauteous rose tree, after have I longed to know how thy tender leaves were moulded, how I have watered, sunned, and trained thee, and have watched thee many an hour. Yet I never could discover how a bug becomes a flower. So last night I thought about thee on my pillow, till at last I was gone in quiet slumber, and a dream before me passed. In it I beheld my rose tree, stripped of flower, and bud and leaf, but thy naked stalk and branches filled me with methought. I wept to see thee spoiled of all that made thee dear, till a band of smiling angels mildly shining, however near. Gently as they gathered round thee, all in silence, one of them laid his soft fair finger on thee, pulling leaves from out of the stem. One by one thy wings he furnished with a dress of foliage green, while another angel followed, bringing buds and leaves between. Then came one of the buds to open, he their skill in rolls unsheathed, while the one who tint the roses, through their loosened foldings breathed. Then the angel of the odors filled each golden-bottomed cell, till, between the parting petals, free on air the fragrance fell. Lifting there their shining pinions, quick the angels passed from sight, leaving, where aloft they vanished, but a stream of fading light. There I heard sweet strains of music, and their voice far above, dying in the azure distance, naming thee a gift of love. And my rose-tree stood before me, finished thus by angel hands, perfect in its blossom and fragrance, beautiful as now it stands. Hence, whenever I behold thee, I shall think of angels too, and the countless works of goodness they descend on earth to do, all unseen and silent, round us their careful watches keep. Whether we may wake or slumber, guardian angels never sleep. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Infant Baptist by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. And the child grew and waxed strong in spirit, and was in the deserts until the day of his showing unto Israel. Luke 1:80. Child amid the honeyed flowers, passing life's bright morning hours, playing in the silver rills where they bathe Judea's hills, looking with an earnest eye at the wild bird flitting by, infant of the joyous heart, canst thou tell me who thou art? Thou, whose little hand in play hurls the clustered grapes away, while thou lovest to watch the bee, or to win a lamb to thee, and to see the fleecy flock resting by the shadowy rock. Knowest thou, tender, beauteous boy, what's thine errand, whence thy joy? 'Twas thy name that Gabriel spoke by the altar, while the smoke from thy father's incense rolled, when thy being was foretold. Thou art come, the promised one, as the dayspring to the sun, soon to usher in new light through the realms of death and night. Heavenly innocence is now marked upon thy peaceful brow, God's own Spirit filleth thee, sainted babe, for thou art he who before the Lamb shall go, crying that the world may know he hath life to give the dead, in the blood he comes to shed. Though from nature wild and rude come thy raiment, rest, and food, nightly o'er thy desert sleep angels shall their vigils keep. Through the wilderness by day they will guard and lead thy way, till to Israel thou appear, showing heaven's mild kingdom near. High and glorious then the part for thine eye and hand and heart, when thy feet on Jordan's side feel the waters as they glide. Thou the Son of God shalt see, come to be baptized of thee. Hear him named, and see the dove resting on him from above. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hymn to Solitude by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org. Hymn to Solitude. O solitude, holy and calm, from tumult and crowds breaking free, I fly sick and sad, for the balm I find given only by thee. Too oft from thy peace I depart, kind guardian, friend of my soul, and then bring an earth-wounded heart for thee to bind up and make whole. My spirit now worn and oppressed, her wings in thy bosom hath furled, to sink as a bird in its nest, away from a cold, faithless world. Alarmed at the shade and the chill that o'er me its visions have cast, I here would lie lowly and still, till sorrow's dark night hours are past. And then from the dust may I rise, to mount as the lark from her sod, and sing as the morn of my skies appears in the smile of my God. O solitude, sacred and sweet, whilst thus in thy bosom I lie, earth's baubles are under my feet, my heart and its treasures on high. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bible in the Fields by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. I love to take this holy book in summer's balmy hours, to study it beside the brook, or by the trees and flowers. For here I read about the God who made this world so fair, the skies, the stream, the grassy sod, and bloom that scents the air. The birds flit around and sweetly sing of Him who feeds them all, who lifts the towering eagle's wing and marks the sparrow's fall. The violet from its soft green bed to speak His goodness to, presents its tender purple head baptized with silvery dew. And here the busy bee I view, as she comes swiftly by, and seems to ask if she should do more work or good than I. Her waxen house betimes to build I see her wisely bent, and then with bread and honey filled to have it, still intent. The bees I find their sweets supplied in wild Judea's land, to feed the Baptist when he cried, "Heaven's kingdom is at hand." And when our Saviour from the grave had asked His friends for meat, He ate the honeycomb they gave, and showed His hands and feet. This volume of His will revealed I here can read within. Behold the lilies of the field, they neither toil nor spin. And yet the King was not arrayed in glory like to them. Their Maker's power is so displayed in flower and leaf and stem. And He sat on the mountain's side, who spake these blessed words. Before Him flowery fields spread wide, around were trees and birds. The fleecy flocks that sport so free on hill and valley deep, I love to watch, and here I see 'tis written, "Feed my sheep." For thus I seem to keep in view and feel how near I am to the dear Friend of children, who has named Himself the Lamb. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hoary Head by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org. The hoary head is crown of glory, if it be found in the way of righteousness. Aged man, with locks so hoary, high estate dost thou possess. They appear thy crown of glory in the way of righteousness. Jewels, not of man's preparing, form the shining diadem. Thou art from thy sovereign wearing, the God's own fingers silvered them. Thine are honours, proved and heightened by a gift of lengthened years, and afflictions, furnace brightened, tried by cares and washed by tears. Like thy Master, meek and lowly, though a thorny earth has trod, with thy priest a high and holy temple of the living God. Aged saint, thy form is bending, sere and withered to the tomb, by the Spirit upward tending, budded for immortal bloom. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Father by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley, recorded on October 2nd, 2017 in Boston, Massachusetts. In the evening time there shall be light. Sacred the hour when thou, my sainted Father, wast of thy worn-out, sinking clay undressed, softly by His pale hand, who comes to gather time's weary pilgrims home to joy and rest. Noiseless and clear, and holiest of the seven, that day when thy last earthly sun went down, thy Sabbath, closing here, began in heaven, while thy meek brow changed ashes for a crown. Hush was the evening, not a zephyr swelling, heave the tree blossom or the woodbine leaves. Silent the bird that sang about our dwelling, slept where she nestled close beneath its eaves. Cloudless the moon and stars above were shining, when time's last ray to thy mild eye was shed, while death's cold touch, life's silver cord untwining, brought his chill night dew on thy reverend head. 90 full years of pilgrimage completing, here did thou linger till one Sabbath more. 'Twas holy time, thy pure heart stilled its beating. Pain, work, and warfare were forever o'er. Meet hour for one, obedient, meek, and lowly, wont, by command of heaven, the day to keep, called at its evening to the high and holy, peaceful in Jesus, thus to fall asleep. Sweetly thy form, that seemed a blissful dreamer, told by its features how the Spirit smiled through the dark, shadowy veil by thy Redeemer, led to his mansion like a little child. Nature's full hand that, on thy natal morning, clothed earth to greet thee in the flowers of May, brought them renewed, thy burial spot adorning, when 80 years and 10 had rolled away. Now, while the robin, past the window flying, leads off her young, forsaking here her nest, constant the wild bird, where thy dust is lying, sings her sweet hymn, a requiem to its rest. There has it joined the ashes of my mother, faithful, rewedded to its only bride. And there thy latest born, my younger brother, thy fond heart's care, sleeps slowly by her side. Yet, angel Father, over Jordan's water, is it so far that now thou canst not see, back to the shore where lonely stands thy daughter, sprinkling its rocks and thorns with tears for thee? Art thou so distant, visions of thy glory may not be granted to her mortal sight, when she so long watched o'er thy head so hoary, soothing its pillow till that mournful night? Since here so oft, in pain, the path of duty, thy patient feet with steady steps have trod, safe now they walk the golden streets in beauty, and oh, thy blessed eyes, in peace, see God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Sage Hath Departed by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org. The Lord from his cloudy pavilion hath spoken, the soul to himself and its dust to the clod. The cord he hath loosed and the golden bowl broken, who formed them so precious. Be still, it is God. A sage hath departed, the cities sit weeping. From land unto land does the gloom spread away, the seas give their wail to the wind o'er them sweeping. The spirit that spanned them hath passed from the clay. His form, pale and cold, the dark mansion encloses. Around it, philanthropy, science, and art. Their tears for their friend, as in death he reposes, shower warm o'er them hand, and the head, and the heart. But there, while affection her tribute is giving, the beauty, the grandeur, the power of his mind, the grave cannot hide. In his deeds he is living. He shines in the light he diffuses for mankind. That mind, as a guide that trod paths on the ocean, its marks o'er the billowy desert to place, While man has a heart, and the deep is in motion, the wide world shall Hannah, the mariner, trace. The stars in their courses to grasp and to measure, his eye loved the blue arch of ether to climb. His soul rose behind them to lay up the treasure more bright than the stars, more enduring than time. And here, while the soaring Salem is shrouded in weeds for the sun of her pride and her love, 'tis his to behold, with his vision unclouded, the glories unveiled of the Salem above, with bowditch inscribed for the whole earth's revering, in letters of light to each point beaming round. A monument formed of his work now is rearing its head here with clusters of planets 'tis crowned. End of poem. Read for LibriVox.org.
The Burial of Schiller by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. The still and solemn, shadowy hour, when Saturday and Sabbath dies, over Weimar hangs, with clouds that lower and veil, and black the moon and skies. Lo, from yon mansion lights appear, pale glimmering through the midnight gloom. A confined form is on the bier, and thence borne forward to the tomb. The funeral train, how sad and slow, they follow that cold sleeping clay, while sighs and sobs of bitter woe sound deep along the silent way. And now the open grave beside, that dismal bear, the bearer's rest, in heavier waves of sorrow's tide, roll mighty over each mourner's breast. From him who slumbers in the shroud, as tremblingly they lift the pall, the moon rends off her veil of cloud, and over him lets her lustre fall. She beams her silvery soft adieu, and is again in darkness hid, as if affrighted thus to view the name on that dread coffin lid. For 'tis her lover, now no more, her friend whom they to dust consign, and never again is she to pour her light for eyes like his to shine. 'Tis done, the fearful final rite, too sacred for the glare of day, has passed beneath the shadowy night. Earth has closed over Schiller's clay. The heavens in thunder groan, they weep in torrents over his bed, and searching, fiery bolts are thrown, as if to find and wake the dead. These funeral honors, so sublime, befit him well to whom they're paid, and, at the birth of holy time, 'twas meet his dust at rest be laid. His spirit, bright with heavenly fire, has burned its way through mortal strife, and gained its high, intense desire to solve the mystery of life. It is the budding month of May. The passing storm will call the bloom, a tribute nature soon will pay to dress her deathless poet's tomb. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Funeral Hymn for President Harrison by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. A woe-stricken people, in sorrow we gather, the dawn of our glory, our hopes full in bloom, are changed with the face of our chieftain, our father, to sable and cypress to hang round his tomb. while pale in the shroud lies the patriot sleeping, a light that for earth is no longer to burn. Removed from its place, a sad nation is weeping, and dark where it shone falls the shade of an urn. When loud through the land, hill and valley and mountain, were sounding his name and reflecting its beam, the death angel's wand opened grief's bitter fountain to quench their warm joys with its far-flowing streams. Alas, that the spoiler so early must sever a tie which the hearts of a country had bound to him who is gone and forever, to join the bright hosts who their Savior surround. Our Father in heaven, yet grant us another, like him who has left us as orphans below. O did not the sage of his dear younger brother, when called to thy presence, his mantle bestow? To thee, who from darkness thy children hast stricken, we cry with our wound, asking balm from the tree, whose leaves heal the nation. Hear us and quicken our wandering feet to return unto thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Dirge for Felicia Hemans by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. They hovered around her, an angel band. They listened her notes to hear. The voice was one of their own bright land. But strained was the harp in their sister's hand, with marks of the falling tear. She saw she had wreathed it with deathless flowers, while many a beauteous leaf, that looked like the growth of their heavenly bowers, was pale with the shade of her darksome hours, or wet with the dews of grief. Then gently from under her hand they took her harp, and laid it aside. The tremulous chords, at her parting look, in the farewell sweep of her fingers, shook and snapped as her numbers died. The angels had whispered of joys above, and wooed her with them to soar, till spreading her wings like a peaceful dove, her spirit arose for a world of love, to wander on earth no more. Britannia, drop thy heaviest tear. O weep, it will be forgiven, that fain we had kept in her bondage here, a soul so pure, and a voice so dear, had longer withheld from heaven. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. She died as dawned her natal day by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. She died as dawned her natal day. Amid the buds and flowers of May, her spirit left the beauteous clay, and death's deep slumber here, and mounting up her starry way, attained that holier sphere, where falls no night over birth daylight, no sorrow brings a tear. The joy and glory of the skies with radiance fill her heavenly eyes, where thornless flowers around her rise, and founts that never shall fail, while here her form so lowly lies, all silent, cold, and pale, where dews distill, and night winds chill, moan through the shadowy veil. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Written in an album, After the Lines of a Deceased Friend, by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Close to the lines that her dear hand had traced, who took so long an angel's form on high? After her name, is my memorial placed. For thee, my friend, and it shall tell thee why. I find a sweetness where her spirit breathed. A sacred halo round her name is thrown. So, with the flowers that here her fingers wreathed, to borrow life from them, atwine my own. Fresh in thy heart and mine her memory lives, fragrant and fair, and thornless in its bloom. Here with the precious odor that it gives, I fain my simple offering would perfume. Then, whatsoever the change that comes to me, though death or duty put me far away, these silent leaves may still unfold to thee the wish of one who was thy friend today. Peace be to thee, long life, and joy, and health, the blessed allotment of thy sojourn here, the portion of a child of God, thy wealth, when time must close and earth shall disappear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Sovereign of Babylon by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. The monarch has opened his banqueting hall for his 1,000 lords and his ladies all. The sparkling wine to each guest is poured, and mirth swells high at the festal board, where none hath a heart more careless and light than he whose glory must end tonight. With the cup and the revel the king grows bold. He calls for the vessels of silver and gold. The spoils his idolatrous father brought, mid the impious deeds which that proud one wrought, from the temple of God at Jerusalem, that he and his nobles may drink from them. Each sacred vessel they fill and raise to a laughing lip as it speaks the praise of the gods of metal, of wood and stone, but mocks at the name of the Holy One, whose finger this hour shall come so near, that lip will quiver and blanch with fear. Monarch, what's there on the lighted wall that can fix thy gaze and thy spirit appall? Why is thy countenance changed, O King? Is it one of thy gods this awe can bring, which makes thy knees together to smite, thine eye so wild, and thy cheek so white? A hand, it hath written a line, and who will the terrible words define? A chain of gold shall encircle his neck, a venture of scarlet his form shall deck, and the third, as ruler, shall be that seer, with honor and power throughout Chaldea. Not all the wise and the learned of thine, poor impotent one, shall explain that line, but the captive of Judah, him thy queen, has bid thee summon, let him be seen. His eye prophetic receives its sight from the being who caused the hand to write. The slave is brought to the potentate, to spurn his gifts, but to read his fate. To whom 'tis inscribed on the lofty wall, Thou art weighed, found wanting, and now must fall. Thy kingdom is numbered, the Persian and Mede shall hence to thy throne and thy power succeed. Thy come, the foeman, nor sword nor flight shall win for that monarch the morning light. The haughty head where the crown was set, in dust is pillowed, with gore is wet. Yet, who are trusting in honor and gold, look at him now, and your strength behold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Deer Stricken by Torchlight by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Carlow in San Clemente, California. The deer stricken by torchlight. The arrow is fast in his side, and still through the forest they follow the poor stricken deer that has nowhere to hide, and dared not to pause where the cool waters glide, when, leaping the brook, he would almost have died, one draught from its ripple to swallow. That deep-planted arrow! Oh, how can he bear the anguish of feeling it quiver, when shook by the branches, the wave, or the air, as forward he bounds, but without heeding where, from thicket to crag with the force of despair, to plunge in the cold sweeping river. They hunted him hard, till the sun in the west had sunk while their aim he evaded. At evening he sought a calm refuge of rest, and dropped from pursuit by his terrors oppressed, beneath the close branches in verdure full dressed, by night and the covert o'ershaded. But the poor dear, they had doomed him to die, for near the green turf where he laid him, they lighted the torch, and they brandished it high. It glared through the boughs on his tender black eye, that fatally shone for the death shaft to fly. His beauty, his beaming betrayed him. He cannot by flying now loosen the dart, the end of his tortures to quicken, by letting the life in one blood gush depart. He seeks a retreat, like the warm wounded heart, when lone, slow, and silent, the victim of art, it dies as a deer that is stricken. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Death of Sapphira by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Sapphira, Sapphira, awake! Alas, she is gone in her sleep. That but the archangel can break, for life hath no slumber so deep. 'Tis death, his pale ashes are cast on those withered lips, where but now an insult to heaven has passed. His dumbness hath followed the vow. A bolt from above, swift and sure, hath blasted the pride of the clay, the spirit in boldness secure, and guilt hath been stricken away. O child of delusion, to stand, the chosen of Jesus among, to cover the fraud of thy hand, by falsehood to him of thy tongue. How vain the deceit of the heart, to shroud in a mantle so frail, its perfidy, thus by its art, to think from omniscience to veil. Lost woman, but 3 hours before, the form of thy partner in sin was borne, wan and cold, from the door, where thou didst so rashly come in. And thee, who had carried him out, the clods over his bosom to lay, were waiting the threshold about, to bear thee to darkness away. Sapphira, could mercy restore, or pity thy spirit recall, to light up its dwelling once more, it should not thus helplessly fall. But mercy besought thee in vain, from death's awful brink to recede, to shun the despair and the pain, where she is forbidden to plead. And pity's warm teardrops must roll, the more that she cannot relume the clay whence a self-wounded soul hath rushed to a suicide's doom. How potent, how maddening the love, O gold, of a mortal must be, to challenge an arm from above, to stake earth and heaven for thee. For justice to judgment will call, and who shall their coming abide, when wrath, the most fearful of all, the wrath of the Lamb, is defied. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. William at Sea by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Recorded on October 2nd, 2017 in Boston, Massachusetts. Whilst thou art away, where the proud waves are swelling, beneath thy light bark, ever mindful of thee, the days of thine absence at home we are telling, and counting the hours of our William at sea. And thou, whether cradled to sleep by the billow, or watching the sport of the spray and the foam, if pensive on deck, or in dreams on thy pillow, we know hast thy soul wrapped with visions of home. We know, when the sun mounts the east in his glory, or smiles a good night at the west he descends, thy heart pointing back to itself tells the story of mansion paternal in kindred and friends. And when at the morning and evening devotion, while bending with offerings of praise and of prayer, to God we commend thee afar on the ocean, we feel thou art kneeling for us to him there. While months on the water, long months are before thee, the two fluid worlds thou art tossing between, the cold deeply low, and the skies bending o'er thee, alone by their changes will vary the scene. Or, if a bright isle, on the flood waste upstarting, rude ocean's green oasis, rest thy glad eye, 'twill fade as a cloud, as a phantom departing, 'twill sink in the circle that bound sea and sky. Should some white-winged ship, with her light pennon streaming, thy heart on thy watery desert to cheer, arise like a star through night's solitude beaming, with meteor swiftness she'll soon disappear. And when the coy sea-bird, a wild ether sailor, comes near on her passage from one language more, oh, how wilt thou long, ere she flies thee, to hail her, to ask whither bound, and the tidings from shore. Yet, while so unstable, so pathless and lonely, where thy desolate deep may be found, 'tis marked with the impress of deity only, his merciful arms will thy frailty surround. 'Tis grand, 'tis ennobling, while feeling and knowing his presence is power, and his banner is love, to look from that flood to the firmament showing bright shadowings forth of his glory above. And William, through tempest and terrors assail thee, though clouds rolled on clouds hide the stars and the sun, thy soul's chosen friend never, never will fail thee, winds and waves, but obey the omnipotent one. While o'er and around thee thick darkness may gather, when wide yawns the deep, and the surges swell high, thy spirit may hear the kind voice of her Father, still whispering, be of good cheer, it is I. And safe may he bear thee through perils and changes, besetting his course, who so wildly roam. Then speed thy return from the land of the Ganges. From Pagod and Panem, dear William, come home. Come home, where the eyes beam through tears to behold thee, where arms open wide to receive thee will be, and promise, while yet to the heart they enfold thee, to be, never after, our William at sea. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. My Portrait by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Well, thou art done, cold, speechless thing. Yet in thy silence, with the power, a crowd of feelings deep to bring, unknown until the present hour. But wherefore done, to life so true? Not human pride, nor vanity, could ask the artist hand to do, and show the world a deed like thee. And was it simple most, or kind, to have upon the canvas cast my semblance, thus to leave behind my shadow when myself am past? I know not if another eye will ever weep beside thee more than mine does now. I know not why it never dropped such tears before. I view thee as a piece composed to last, when I have passed from sight, when time and earth to me are closed, to be in time an earthly light. Perhaps 'tis this that makes me weep, the thought that I shall pass away, and those who have thee then to keep may glance at thee and still be gay. But why should grief be felt by me, for fear that others will not grieve? And what to others then will be a shade of life that I may leave? Still, from their deep, mysterious spring, gush up these hot, resistless tears, while thou, cold, heartless, stoic thing, dost wear a smile that's set for years. Years. Ah, by then, when years shall wipe from being every line of thee, the spirit which thy prototype enshrined shall live eternally. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Widow's Only Son by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. She wrapped her in her sable cloak and walked beside the sea, but seldom of her sorrows spoke, too full of grief was she. 'Twas this that made her heart so sad, to view the ocean wide. The only son that widow had went out to sea and died. And then, in that great rolling deep, with solemn, tearful eyes, his messmates lowered him down to sleep, till all the dead shall rise. But where, among those waters vast, with ceaseless fall and swell, her child to that repose had passed, the mother none could tell. She therefore questioned wave on wave, as up they heaved to shore, if they had rolled across his grave, whom she must see no more. And often, when she marked a ship, with full returning sail, the color would forsake her lip, and speech and vision fail. For oh, she thought about the one that spread its canvas white, to waft away her only son, forever from her sight. But still, amid the bitter grief which wrung the widow's heart, her spirit felt the sweet relief that faith and hope impart. She knew her son had ever kept the path to heavenly rest, that when he sank in death, he slept upon a Saviour's breast. My Heavenly Father, she would say, I know the troubled sea, but holds for me the precious clay. My child's at home with thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Young Mother by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Composed in its beauty, the fair infant slept, but still the young mother sat by it and wept. She rocked not the cradle, she sang not the song, the sleep of her dear only child to prolong. The same fleecy cover, so soft and so warm, that oft wrapped it sleeping, lay light over its form. Its pillow was downy, and smooth was its bed, and yet that sad mother, her fond bosom bled. She knew that no dream of her babe in its rest was now of her voice, or its home on her breast. She caught not the sound, nor the balm of its breath. She knew that her little one slumbered in death. A hand with a pencil was called to portray the features and form of her child as it lay. But false were the hues and the touches of art to paint the bright image enshrined in her heart. Its luster was drawn from a glory on high. No pencil of earth could the likeness supply, nor yet on the canvas was mortal to trace the smile the pure spirit had left on that face. The skies, as they opened, their guest to receive, had shed on the dust they allured it to leave, a sign of the peace, of the joy and the love, encircling for aye the angel above. That mother rose calm with the beautiful clay, must be from her sight laid forever away. The gloom left her soul as a cloud leaves the sun. It whispered, Thy will, O my Father, be done. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Evening at Andover Seminary Hill by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org. Evening at Andover Seminary Hill. I stood on that majestic height, the lofty hill of Andover, where sacred science holds the light that beams to distant lands from her. For there the school of sages stands, where from afar disciples meet for lore divine in holy bands to sit and learn at wisdom's feet. Within its consecrated walls is kept and taught Jehovah's will, the law whose voice in thunder falls, the gospel whispering, Peace, be still. The structures while I viewed around, I seemed to breathe Mount Zion's air. I set my foot with awe profound, as if the ark of God were there. Each earthly care was calm and dumb, for holier thoughts the soul to fill, as if the Shekinah had come to rest upon that reverend hill. A mellow glory crowned its head, and from its foot, and landscape wide, profusely nature's charms were spread, till in the distance vision died. It was a summer's day decline, the drowsy flowers began to close, the breezes lulled that stirred the vine, and all things tended to repose. The sun, adown the western skies, was sinking fast to pass from view, calm as the righteous when it dies to earth, in heaven to live anew. And thence, on edifice and site, his golden smile was backward cast, as if he loved that favored height, to bless the longest and the last. In eastern splendor then arrayed, the full-orbed moon arose serene, through evening's hush and night's cool shade, to throw her luster o'er the scene. Her silvery vesture wrapped in sheen the stately seminary pile, and fell on tree and flower and green, where pearly dews distilled the while. And through the chapel's crystal shone her light, within the place of prayer, till bright-winged angels from the throne above seemed met and hovering there. It was a scene, it was an hour, a spirit bowed in dust to raise, ennobled, till its every power, awaked to joy, was tuned to praise. Clear as that sun, fair as that moon, shall thy dear Sion rise and shine above her foes. Ah, Lord, how soon? When shall the ends of earth be thine? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hymn of the Parting Class by Hannah Flagg GOULD, read for LibriVox.org. Hymn of the Parting Class, sung by the theological students. We feel the parting angel's hand in our midst, to lose the band so close, so sacred, and so dear, that long hath bound us, brethren, here. No more within this hallowed place, united at the throne of grace, our prayer shall rise, our voices pour praise, with this our song is o'er. To each we hear the Saviour say, we to his work must hence away. For great the field, the labourers few, what wilt thou, Lord, have us do? O send thy Spirit from above, to fire our hearts with heavenly love, and light our lips with truth, that we may witness, go forth for thee, and may we count all else as loss, to spread the glory of thy cross, from shades and death redeemed, to bring the priceless jewels of our King. On distant islands of the sea, on heathen shores our lot may be, to dying souls, to bear the bread and balm of life on Calvary shed. Yet though our lines be marked afar, and some beneath a foreign star, we may look upward to the Sun of righteousness, and still be one. And when our works of faith are past, and joy will meet on high at last, and there in praise our voices swell, the song where enters no farewell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Speckled One by Hannah Flagg GOULD, read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Poor speckled one, none else will deign to waft thy name around, so let me take it on my strain to give it air and sound. Yes, air and sound, low child of earth, for these are oft the things that give a name its greatest worth, its gorgeous plumes and wings. But do not shun me thus, and hop affrighted from my way. Dismiss thy terrors, turn and stop, and hear what I say. Meek, harmless thing, afraid of man? This truly should not be. Then calmly pause, and let me scan my Maker's work in thee. For both of us to him belong, we're fellow creatures here, and power should not be armed with wrong, nor weakness filled with fear. I know it is thy humble lot to burrow in a hole, to have a form I envy not, and that without a soul. In motion, attitude, and limb, I see thee void of grace, and that a look supremely grim reigns over thy solemn face. But thou for this art not to blame, nor should it make us load with obloquy and scorn and shame the honest name of Toad. For, though so low on nature's scale, in presence so uncouth, thou never hast to told an evil tale of falsehood or of truth. For, though so low on nature's scale, in presence so uncouth, thou never hast told an evil tale of falsehood or of truth. Thy thoughts are never on malice bent, nor hands to mischief prone, nor yet thy heart to discontent, though spurned and poor and lone. No coveting nor envy burns in thy bright golden eye, that calm and innocently turns on all below the sky. Thy cautious tongue and sober lip no words of folly pass, nor are they found to taste and sip the madness of the glass. Thy frugal meal is often drawn from earth and wood and stone, and when thy means by these are gone, thou seemest to live on none. I hear that in an earthen jar, sealed close, shut up alive, from food, drink, air, sun, moon, and star, thou would live and even thrive, and that no moan or murmuring sound will issue from the lid of thy dark dwelling underground, when it is deeply hid. Thou wast as 'twere a secret shelf, whereon is a supply of nourishment within thyself, concealed from mortal eye. Methinks this self-sustaining art 'twere well for us to know, to keep us up in flesh and heart, when outer means grow low. Could we contain our riches thus, on such mysterious shelves, why, none could rob or beggar us, unless we lost ourselves. But ah, my toady, there's the rub, with every human breast, to live as in the cynic's tub, and yet to be self-possessed. For, how to let no boast get round, beyond our tub to show, that we in head and heart are sound, is one great thing to know. And yet the prison staves and hoop, to let no murmur through, however hard we find the coop, is greater still to do. Then go, thou sage, resigned and calm, amid thy low estate, and to thy burrow bear the palm, for victory over fate. We conquer when we meekly bear the lot we cannot shape, and hug to death the ills and care, from which there's no escape. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Moon of a Wintry Night by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Moon, thou art wading through the gathered snow that o'er us on the fields of ether spread, threatens ere morning to be here below, to lie where our poor mortal feet must tread. Thy face is muffled in a gelid haze that shrouds its lustre like a frozen veil, and kills the twinkling of the starry rays, till all on high looks cheerless, dim, and pale. It gives almost the ague to behold the skies so rayless, yet so far from dark, and when our hearth's white ashes, tired and cold, we stir in vain to find one pleasant spark. Yet by tomorrow's eve our parts may shift, and thou be shining there serene and clear, while we are hedged by many a frigid drift, or sleigh bells shrill may pierce the tingling ear. How dreary then the scene for thy mild beams to light, and for the burning stars to view! The hard ice coating all the lakes and streams, and one dead white where late gay flowerets grew. The naked trees, that stand with buried feet like skeletons, will slender shadows throw on what seems spread as nature's winding sheet, while her slain beauties lie concealed below. Then but to look abroad on vale and hill, where one pale uniform invests the whole, though it should make one's vital current chill, it must not let in winter to the soul. It must not bring a frost upon the heart, to kill affection's tendrils, friendship's root, where vernal shoots and buds should ever start, and grow with summer flowers and autumn fruit, nor cause the streams of thought to be congealed, or pressed beneath incumbent ice grow low, but like the fount that irrigates the field, make bloom and verdure spring where'er they flow. It must not make our shrinking fancies flee, like birds of summer from the cold withdrawn, but wise the mind should, like the prudent bee, on honey banquet, though the flowers are gone. Nor must it strike the hopeful spirit dumb, or quench the beaming of her upturned eye, or close her ear, or make her members numb, ere her thank offerings on the altar lie. And yet, fair moon, methinks I like the best to see thy silvery lustre sprinkled here, when these bare branches all appear full dressed in some more gentle season of the year. I love to see it mingled with the dew, falling to bathe the sleeping buds and flowers, and soft and silent coolly streaming through the whispering leaves that clothe the summer bowers. I love to see thy beaming mantle trail among the flowers spent borders of the rill, with rich deep shadows stamped o'erspread the vale, or bind the forehead of the silent hill. I love to see thee through the foliage peep, where one soft hour before the robin sung her vesper song, and while in downy sleep with peaceful breast she guards her callow young. I love to see thee when the whippoorwill moans in the hedge behind the cottage eaves, and when the plaintive crickets hidden trill their harvest hymn among the golden sheaves. But these are tender memories, aye, and more, fresh budding hope from memory's root that grows to earth clothed in beauty as before, when thou and we have struggled through the snows. Then come, sweet moon, and fondly smile on me from thy pure azure home with face serene, while I look abroad and up to thee, and bless the great Creator of the scene. Others may call thee fickle, faithless, strange, when veiled in part or wholly from their view. Yet though 12 times a year thou seemest to change, again 12 times I ever find thee true. 'Tis our gross planet, heaving misty shrouds, are rolled before thee, that our darkness brings, just as earth's bulk or vapor hides or clouds our glorious view of higher, holier things. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Tom Tar by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. I'll tell you now about Tom Tar, the sailor stout and bold, who o'er the ocean roamed so far to countries new and old. Tom was a man of thousands. He would ne'er complain nor frown, though high and low the wind and sea might toss him up and down. Amid the waters dark and deep he had the happy art, when all around was storm, to keep fair weather in his heart. Though winds were wild and waves were rough, he'd always cast about and find within he'd calm enough to stand the storms without. For naught, said Tom, is ever gained by sighs for what we lack, nor can it mend a vessel strained to let our temper crack. And sure I am the worst of storms that any man should dread is that which in the bosom forms and musters to the head. Serene and ever half possessed, his messmates he would cheer, and often put their fears to rest when dangers gathered near. If on the rocks the ship was cast and surges swept the deck, Tom Tar was ever found the last who would forsake the wreck. And when his only hat and shoes the waters plucked from him, why these he felt were small to lose, could he keep up and swim. Then through the billows, foam and spray that rose on every hand, he'd somehow always find a way of getting safe to land. The secret was, the fear and love of heaven had filled his soul. His trust was firm in One above, howe'er the seas might roll. And Tom had sailed to many a shore, and many a wonder seen. The stories he could tell would more than fill a magazine. He'd seen mankind in every state, almost, that a man can know, but envied not the rich and great, nor scorned the poor and low. The monarch in his sight had stood, superb in glittering vest, the savage, too, that roams the wood in skins and feathers dressed. The tribes of many an isle he knew, and beasts and birds and flowers and fruits of many a shape and hue, in lands remote from ours. He'd seen the wide-winged albatross her breast in ocean lave, and bold sea lions playing toss their heads above the wave. He'd seen the dolphin while his back went flashing to the sun, a swarm of flying fish attack and swallow every one. The porpoise and the spouting whale he sported in his view, and hungry sharks pursued his sail as if they'd eat the crew. And ever when Tom Tar got home, the children at their play were glad to have the sailor come and greet them by the way. Then oft some curious stone or shell the laughing girls and boys would find, and on their aprons fell, to put among their toys. "These pearly shells," said he, "I found where gloomy waters roar, these polished stones so smooth and round rough surges washed ashore. Though small to us a pebble seems, 'tis made and marked by One who gave the warmth and lit the beams of yon great shining sun. And when these pretty shells I find along the ocean strand, their beauteous finish brings to mind their Maker's perfect hand. When on the wildest shore I'm thrown, and far from human eye, I think of Him who made the stone, and shell, and sea, and sky. For He's my friend, and I am His, though cold and rough the blast. My safest guide I know He is, where'er my lot is cast." When Tom passed on, the children said, "These treasures from afar He brought us, blessings on His head, for He's a good Tom Tar." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Seaman's Hymn by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Landmen on your downy pillows, while your eyes are sealed in sleep, seamen tossed mid foam and billows roam for you a boisterous deep. When the glorious light of day is on your homes so peaceful dawning, along our pathless, troubled way, the surge swells high, the flood is yawning. When earth's flowers to you are blooming, or your hearths are bright and warm, we behold the wild waves booming, mount the shrouds and brave the storm. Singing birds your hearing greet, your hearts the kindred tone rejoices, while winds that on our canvas beat and roaring ocean join their voices. Then to meet the high and holy, when ye to His throne repair, O before Him, meek and lowly, bow for us, as suppliants there. When His blessed day appears, thou dearest, best of all the seven, your souls the gospel herald cheers, but none tells us of rest and heaven. Zion, bid thy sons and daughters, often on the bended knee, cry to Him who rules the waters, for the wanderers o'er sea. Now to thee, the seaman's friend, our guide, our light, our ark abiding, our Saviour we all commend, while time's rude waves in frailty riding. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Mariner's Song of Departure by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. While o'er the bright bay with her streamers at play, our bark in her beauty is gliding, as brothers are we, the glad sons of the sea, our own darling element riding. Good pilot, adieu, for the skies are all blue, and yonder blue billows are bounding. We speed from the port to be off by the fort, while her gun to the sunrise is sounding. We leave all behind that a warm heart can bind in home, love, and friendship endearing, while hope flies before, for a far foreign shore, as the hand at the rudder is steering. And well do we know the proud waters below, that hence are by us to be ridden. Mid the corals and caves there are mariners' graves, dark wrecks and lost treasures deep hidden. Yet before our frail bark be the way light or dark, our sun and star that we follow is He who unbinds or enchains the strong winds, whose hand holds the seas in its hollow. If o'er the bright skies the wild storm spirit rise, and spread his black wings full of thunder, our canvas will reef, or heave to for relief, and safely his pinions pass under. And so mid the strife on the flood waves of life, to heaven in our ark lowly bending, for help would we cry, till the dove from on high appears with the peace branch descending. Thus we friend, love, and home, wheresoe'er we may roam, the wide seas from pole to equator, We've a light and a high tower in the name and the power of Him who is ocean's creator. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sea Eagle's Fall by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. An eagle on his towering wing hung over the summer sea, and never did airy, feathered king look prouder there than he. He spied the finny tribes below, amid the limpid brine, and felt it now was time to know whereon he was to dine. He saw a noble shining fish so near the surface swim, he felt at once a hungry wish to make a feast of him. Then straight he took his downward course, a sudden plunge he gave, and pouncing seized with murderous force his tempter in the wave. He struck his talons firm and deep within the slippery prize, and hope his ruffian grasp did keep, and high and dry to rise. But it was a fatal stoop, as ever monarch made, and for the rash, that cruel swoop, he soon most dearly paid. The fish had too much gravity to yield to this attack. His feet the eagle could not free from off the scaly back. He'd seized on one too strong and great. His mastery now was gone, and on by that prepondering weight, and downward he was drawn. Nor found he here the element where he could move with grace, and flap and dash his pinions went, in ocean's wrinkled face. They could not bring his talons out, his forfeit life to save, and planted thus he writhed about upon his gaping grave. He raised his head and gave a shriek to bid adieu to the light. The water bubbled in his beak, he sank from human sight. The children of the sea came round, the foreigner to view. To see an airy monarch drowned, to them was something new. Some gave a quick, astonished look, and darted swift away, while some his parting plumage shook, and nibbled him for prey. Oh, who that saw that bird at noon, so high and proudly soar, could think how awkwardly, how soon, he'd fall to rise no more. Though glory, majesty, and pride were his an hour ago, deprived of all, that eagle died, for stooping once too low. Now, have you ever known or heard of biped from his sphere, descending like that silly bird, to buy a fish so dear? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Caged Lion by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Lion, like a captive king, sad behind thy prison grate. Monarch, how I long to bring back to thee thy lost estate, where thy royal kindred live, where thy native sky is warm. Sufferer, how I long to give freedom to that noble form. Gladly would I know thee there, bounding over Afric's plain, wildly with the desert air, wafting wide thy flowing mane. Are there words that can describe what thou wast at liberty, when the Lion of the tribe of Judah names his type in thee? Here, beneath thy keeper's hand, where the blasts of winter freeze, thinkest thou of that palmy land, thy mild country over the seas, seen but through thy prison bars, round thee set so strong and thick, do not sun and moon and stars make thy cowering spirit sick? Grace and majesty and power were thy gifts by nature made, yet in one unhappy hour, all to lose, wast thou betrayed. When thou first wast snared and caught, never after to be free, how thy mighty spirit wrought in thee like a troubled sea. But thou didst not, could not think of the deep indignity to which thou then wast doomed to sink, of the exile thou must be. Oh, that quenched and languid eye tells me of a pining heart, homesick prisoner, sooner die than remain the thing thou art. Liberty to me and mine, liberty is life and breath, so no less to thee and thine, bonds to both but lingering death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Traveller at the Red Sea by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. At last have I found thee, thou dark rolling sea. I gaze on thy face, and I listen to thee, with spirit o'erawed by the sight and the sound, while mountain and desert frown gloomy around. And thee, mighty deep, from afar I behold, which God swept apart for his people of old, that Egypt's proud army, unstained by their blood, received on thy bed to entomb in thy flood. I cast my eye out where the cohorts went down, a throng of pale spectres no waters can drown, with banner and blades seem to rise on the waves, as Pharaoh's bold hosts rushed in arms to their graves. But quick from the light of the skies they withdraw, at silent omnipotence shrinking with awe, and each sinks away in his billowy shroud, him who walked here, clothed in fire and a cloud. I stand by the pass the freed Hebrews then trod, sustained by the hand of Jehovah dry shod, and think how the song of salvation they sang, with praise to his name through the wilderness rang. Our Father, who then didst Israel guide, console and rebuke in their wanderings wide, from these gloomy waters, through this desert drear, O still in life's maze to thy pilgrim be near. Let sins that would hold in their service, or slay the soul that would break from their bondage away, forever be drowned in the blood of thy Son, who o'er sin and death hath the victory won. Whilst thou, day by day, wilt thy manna bestow, and give for my thirst the rock fountain to flow, refreshed by the way, will I speed to the clime of rest for the weary, beyond earth and time. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Hebrew Captives by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Our altars they razed, and our temples profaned. The blood of our prophets and kindred they drained. And us from our desolate homes did they bear afar, the cold chains of the Paynim to wear. And they who had carried us captive drew nigh. They looked on our woes with an insolent eye. Our burdens were heavy, our fetters were strong, and then they required of us mirth and a song. We hung up our harps on the willows to sleep. By Babylon's river we sat down to weep. The song of the Lord is too holy to sound. We shut in our souls on that dark heathen ground. We thought of our Zion, and sent her a sigh by each gentle breeze that went silently by, but poured not the strains in the proud Paynim's ear, that God and his angels will hearken to hear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Fragments from Esther, a poem by Hannah Flagg Gould, read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. The monarch of Persia has wrapped over his breast the vesture whose jewels emblazon the throne. His lovely young queen, who in sackcloth is dressed, is far from his presence, and weeping alone. And who in behalf of her people shall sue? For mercy? To whom will the sovereign give ear? 'Tis death now to be, in his kingdom, a Jew. 'Tis death in his presence, uncalled to appear. The wife of his bosom that peril will take, the helpless young Jewess, so gentle and fair, to live with her people, or die for their sake, will go to her Lord, and her nation declare. For little he deems that his idolized bride, the joy of his heart, the delight of his eyes, is born of that race whom the Persians deride, a people his nation oppress and despise. There's wine at the palace, and feasting and mirth. In Esther's still chamber there's fasting and prayer, while he with the crown has the homage of earth. She calls on her God, her doomed people to spare. She thinks of her fathers in Egypt's dark land. She thinks of the bush, as in Horeb it burned. She knows who the hearts of the kingdoms hath in hand, to turn them, as rivers of water are turned. To him for support, and for light to her mind, she sends up the cries of her soul from the dust. Then, rising to go to the king, is resigned to do this and perish, if perish she must. With fasting and tears, she is languid and pale, but over her young face beams a sunrise of soul, and flesh, though but feeble and ready to fail, is urged to its point by the Spirit's control. The woman within her is timid and faint, the holy believer, unawed and serene. She goes to the presence, adorned as a saint, with power that has never invested the queen. And now are her people to safely restore to peace in their rights when resistance had failed. A woman in strength who drew on the Lord, for strength over the mighty of earth hath prevailed. Fair Jewess, the tears thou hast dropped in the dust, as pearls to Jehovah are precious and bright. The hand that in sorrow has here been thy trust, will crown thee with joy in the kingdom of light. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Gone in Her Beauty by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Oh, she is gone. The wintry blasts that sweep wild round her mansion trouble not her sleep. Gone in her beauty, fast the drifting snows fall cold but harmless over her deep repose. Here, in her circle of its gem bereft, love hath but tears to fill the place she left. Sigh calls to sigh, from aching bosom drawn. Void gives to void, the mournful echo gone. Spring will return and bring around her door sweet opening flowers, their odors there to pour, striving to win her forth, who planted them, once more to smile that they adorn the stem. Yet must they wait her till they die away. She was a fairer, lovelier flower than they, snapped off in blossoming, ere a leaf could fade, cast into darkness, wrapped in silent shade. Oh, she is gone, and where shall burdened grief pour forth her fountains for the soul's relief? not to the dust to nourish earthly weeds. Thy yield no balsam while the spirit bleeds. Not unto death's let sorrow's waters flow, but to death's victor may the weeper go. His risen glory, chasing mortal gloom, shows grief a rainbow, bending over the tomb. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Nun by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Fair, penitent with rosary, and cross and veil, in gloomy cell, what guilty deed was done by thee, to cause thee here, immured to dwell? Come forward and present thy cause, that we may clearly judge and know if violated human laws imprison and afflict thee so, or if it be some secret sin that haunts thy contrite soul with fears, and here sequesters thee within the place of fasting, gloom, and tears. Art thou the guiltiest of thy race? Why, thou art human, it is true, which is alone enough for grace to have renewing work to do. But can devotion, warm and deep, thy duty's bonds so closely set, that faith may plow and sow and reap, by trials shunned instead of met? What ray of truth revealed would thus make of a tender opening soul a close, dark blue convolvulus, and give its bloom this inward roll? Dost thou the never fading crown of life and joy intended to win, by here supinely sitting down where others but the race begin? And dost thou think to gain the palm by hiding from thy Saviour's foes, or hope in Joee's sacred balm a cure for self-inflicted woes? I never saw a nun before, and therefore claim indulgence now, if I presume to question more than courtesy might else allow. As one, then, who in darkness pleads for light, I ask to be informed, how, by a string of pegs and beads, a soul is raised, or fed, or warmed. Tell me, thou sober Kabbalist, what is the potent hidden charm hung on that string, or in its twist, contorted for repelling harm? And is thy spirit kept so faint, it cannot mount to God above, but here must substitute a saint, an image for a heavenly love? Has he, who lived and died for us, whose gifts are light and liberty, left in his word the minimus that here confines and fetters thee? Does he assign a living tomb for souls endowed with vital grace, or need surrounding convent gloom to show the radiance of his face? And, pensive nun, now what's the chart that he has drawn and left below, that by it every pious heart may follow on the Lord to know? Far from temptation in retreat did he consume his earthly days. With houseless head and weary feet, what were his works, and where his ways? Oh, get thy spirit's wings unfurled. Hide not thy candle, if 'tis lit, but by naught of the world, if thou wouldn't shine to lighten it. Come out and show that face demure, and see if smit on either cheek, thy righteous soul would then endure to turn the other and be meek. For, let me tell thee, coy recluse, if we are gold, we must be tried. If stones, we must be hewn for use, or by the builder cast aside. The axe and chisel we must bear, to give us smoothness, shape, and size, are in the world the furnace there, for heaven the gold and silver tries. If we are the salt to salt the earth, then our Saviour to be known must be diffused, for what's the worth of salt and mass, of salt and massy, boxed up alone? The touchstone where we must inquire if we have safely hid our life is found in pitfall, flood, and fire, allurement sweet and bitter strife. Come out, behold the billowy seas, the flowery earth and shining seas. Say wherefore God created these, and then, fair none, thy beauteous eyes. Was it for thee to turn and slight the gorgeous things he spread to view, to give earth, ocean, air, and light, and freedom for a dismal mew? Oh, if beneath some lawless vow to man in self-delusion made, an heir of heaven is brought to bow, that vow were better broke than paid. What binds thee here, and who shall set his name endorsed a pledge for thee, when Christ has died to pay thy debt, and burst the tomb to make thy free? The world's the great arena, where the fight of faith must well be fought, and each good warrior seen to wear the armor for the victory wrought. Why dost thou know? But it may be thy foe, thy tempter, who has found this cunning way to corner thee, to keep thee from the battleground. Come forth, thou timid, hampered one, and doff thou outward odd disguise that cumbers thee, if thou wouldn't run or fight the fight to win the prize. Come, from the bushel take thy light, and give its radiance room to play. Bind on thy shoes and armor tight, and up into the field away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Trees for the Pilgrim's Wreath by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Knowing that tribulation worketh patience, and patience experience, and experience hope, and hope maketh not ashamed. Romans v. 3-5. Tribulation, if by loss, or by thorny gain, the cross, thou art not a barren tree, seeds of patience drop from thee. Patience, bitter from thy root, upward till we reach the fruit. Thou hast golden grains to sow, hence experience full shall grow. Broad experience, rank and dark, thick in leaves and rough in bark. Through thy dubious shade we grope, till we grasp the bow of hope. Hope, we're not ashamed with thee, showered by drops from Calvary, when thy branches shoot and bloom through a Saviour's broken tomb. Trees, whereof the pilgrim weaves for his crown the mingled leaves. Wreaths of you are rich and bright, earth's the shade, and heaven's the light. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mushroom's Soliloquy by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Heather Oberlander. Oh, what and whence am I, mid damps and dust and darkness into sudden being thrust? What was I yesterday? And what will be, perchance, tomorrow, seen or heard of me? Poor, lone, unfriended, ignorant, forlorn, to bear the new full glory of the morn beneath the garden wall I stand aside, with all before me beauty, show, and pride. Ah, why did nature shoot me up to light, a thing unfit for use, unfit for sight, less like her work than like a piece of art, whirled out and trimmed exact in every part? Unlike the graceful shrub and flexile vine, no fruit, nor branch, nor leaf, nor bud is mine. No hummingbird, nor butterfly, nor bee will come to cheer, caress, or flatter me. No beauteous flower adorns my humble head, no spicy odors on the air I shed. But here I'm stationed in my sober suit, with only top and stem, I've scarce a root. Untaught of my beginning and my end, I know not whence I sprang, or where I tend. Yet I will wait and trust, and ne'er presume to question justice. I, a frail mushroom. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Spirit in the Mountain by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Mountain, with thy firm old foot, fast beside the sea, what was in thy keeping put, prisoned under thee? Hark, and hear the shuddering ground, feel it rock and quake. Struggling fires, beneath me bound, strive their chains to break. Mountain, with a cloudy vest, girded over thy heart, does it pierce thine aged breast when its lightnings dart? No, beneath me far, the crash of the bolt is felt. Here, the fiery chain and flash, but adorn my belt. Mountain, with a snowy crown, stainless on thy brow, wilt thou never cast it down, never, never bow? When the mandate I shall hear from my Maker's throne, I will bow and disappear, hence to be unknown. Mountain, holding proud and high thine old hoary head, what is written on the sky thou so long hast read? Brighter than the stars and sun shining over me, I behold the name of one thou must die to see. Mountain, bold thine eloquence, glowing is thy speech, mighty import flashes thence, what is it to teach? Thoughts of him, before whose breath I shall melt away, while of thee, soul, spirit, death, never shall quench a ray. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Fall of the Statue by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. The Declaration of Independence was received by the people with transports of joy. Public rejoicings took place in various parts of the Union. In New York, the statue of George III was taken down, and the lead, of which it was composed, was converted into musket balls. Goodrich's History of the United States. There stood in New York, when, the times growing warm, all over our fair country had gathered the storm, which warned its coming, so fearful a form, but left us the rainbow of peace, an image of royalty, stately and proud. I'll let an old king, where his votaries bowed, while true friends of liberty marked it, and vowed that its honors should speedily cease. And when our brave statesmen the article signed, declaring us free with pure freedom of mind, Columbia's true sons, feeling strongly inclined to learn how the statute was based, assembled forthwith, and, besieging it, found that the king in head, body, and limb was quite sound, in head of good lead in him many a pound, which might be more usefully placed. Then, down with the ponderous George the Third, from a mingling of voices together was heard, with shoutings aloud as they gave out the word, "Down with it! Let it come down!" Will soon transform his grave highness of lead, and turn him to balls from the feet to the head. And then shall the mouths of our muskets be fed with him of the throne and the crown. So now for the fall, for our sages have met, and their names to a broad declaration have set, that they are resolved from this moment to get of the king independent and free, and to give by their valor a nation her birth, or to empty their veins, a free gift to the earth, in liberty's name to betoken her worth to us in the millions to be. Columbia's wrongs have gone to the skies. 'Tis time that her blood and her spirit should rise above her oppressors till tyranny flies, and leaves her unfettered to bear the flag of a nation instead of a chain, the palm of her triumph mid weakness and pain, over them that were mighty but struggled in vain to force her their shackles to wear. And no leaden monarch will we have to stand, proclaiming our vassalage here in the land. Of lovely Manhattan will each lend a hand to give him a jerk or a pull, and flat to the ground in a trice as we bring his dignified form it shall merrily ding, to sound all around how we honor the king, and pay our respects to John Bull. This is the season for trying men's souls, the nerves of their arms, and the worth of their poles. So, we'll have his majesty over the coals, and make him the first that shall run. When, heated to melting, he hides in the mold, we'll hold him there still, till new sharpen and cold. Then, off he shall go, like a tale that is told, in the voice of the thundering gun. The discomposed sovereign with us shall unite, and fly at his friends for our cause in the fight, to scatter his subjects, to purchase our right, the land of oppression to clear. And he to whom, whizzing, his monarchs shall come, in the form of a ball, mid the noise of the drum, the flashes and smoke will have finished the sum of his deeds as a royalist here. Then, flat to the earth was his eminence cast, the dust rose above him and mounted the blast, while a bevy of Rome's feathered sentinels passed, raised their wings, and huzzied as he fell. But how the proud royalist felt when the lead of his late British majesty came at his head, while some dropped before it and some turned and fled, is more than a Yankee can tell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Bird's Maternal Care by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. The following is but versified statement of a touching, literal fact that occurred not long since a few rods from my own door. A shadowy tree that grew beside its city owner's door, its branches threw so high and wide that many a bird could sing and hide among the leaves it bore. A robin came and built her nest in that green rustling tree. At evening there she sank to rest, and furled her weary wings, as blessed as little bird could be. Upon her side, her drowsy head, beneath her folded wing, she pillowed while the night hours fled. When morning flushed the east with red, she'd wake and mount and sing. 5 pretty eggs of azure hue in that soft nest she laid. So clear and vivid was that blue, like polished balls they shone to view, of purest sapphire made. And many a day she brooded over those treasures till they grew, and what the shells contained before, to something different, something more. Young birds came peeping through. 5 little baby birds were there, in that fond robin's nest. All Carlow, in their mother's care, was now to find their daily feast, and shield them with her breast. Her tiny game, or berries ripe, from some far distant stem, should bring them, then her beak should wipe, and sit upon a twig and pipe a mother's tune to them. At length the owner of the tree, one dismal stormy day, his window from the shade to free, the better in his room to see, some branches lopped away. He dropped the very bough that hung a curtain over the nest. The sun burned through the clouds and flung his fire the helpless brood among, till they were sore oppressed. Their tender mother then was seen to stand on weary feet, where now they missed the leafy green, with one wing raised her babes to screen from sultry noontide heat. And patient there, she day by day, upon her nest's round edge, stood up to keep the sun away, while shaded thus her nestlings lay, till time their forms could fledge. Then, when the master of the tree beheld what love and care within a mother's bird could be, he wished in vain that he could see the bough still living there. Thus thoughtless we may often pain, or grieve a failing heart, wherein the anguish must remain, while we may wish, but wish in vain, to lay or lull the smart. A good destroys a fearful thing, and so's a good undone. We, serving self, on self may bring a heavier ill, a keener sting, than what we sought to shun. 'Tis little acts of good or ill that make our vast account. No one, though great, does all God's will. Small drops the caves of ocean fill, and sands compose the mount. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song by Flagg GOULD, read for LibriVox.org by Victoria. Song. Little bird, with their beautiful eye, looking as if they were cut out of a star. How do I know, but it once was on high, beaming through evening, sublime from afar. I cannot say what thy Maker divine, when he composed thee an optic so bright, making the skill of his finger to shine, drew from those high upper regions of light. Little bird, with thy spirit-like wings, fleet as the air, as the rainbow in hues. How can I tell but the ruler of kings formed them by those his blessed ministers use? Were not the fancy like tints of thy bloom? Was not the delicate down of thy breasts caught from the flowers that in paradise bloom, plucked from the couch where the weary ones rest? Little bird with thy musical voice, tuned like a seraph's, deep flowing and clear, was not thy melody touching and choice, taught by some angel who visited here? What, pretty fairy, so soon must thou go, fleet as a vision, without a reply? Just like all other bright treasures below, charming a moment to change or to fly. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The White Moth by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Beware, pretty moth, so unsullied and white. Beware of the lamp's dazzling rays. It is not a drop of the sun, but a light that shines to allure little rovers by night. Away, there is death in that blaze. Oh, why didst thou come from thy covert of green, the vine round my window so bright, and pop in to know what was here to be seen, forsaken thy shield, and escaping thy screen, and hazarding life by the flight? The down on thy limbs, in thy bosom so pure, that flame would most fatally singe, and nothing thy beautiful wings can insure, for harm and from pain beyond mending or cure, if caught by the delicate fringe. Return, giddy wanderer, safe to the vine, and breathe in the fresh evening air. Go, look at the stars as they twinkle and shine, and cling to a leaf, or the tendrils that vine. My soft little eavesdropper there. And then by a song I will sing, thou shalt know why thus I have lifted my arm to scare thee away from thy luminous foe, that threw out its beams as a snare and a show, to tempt the unwary to harm. For I through the day have been guided by one, who, greater and wiser than I, has pitied my frailty and forced me to shun elusive temptations where I might have run the peril of sporting to die. 'Twas kindness from him to whose care I commend myself through the darkness of night, that taught me so quick to come in as a friend between thee and evil, thy life to defend. Pretty moth, so unsullied and white. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Edward and Charles by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. The brothers went out with their father to ride, where they looked for the flowers that, along the wayside, so lately were blooming and fair. But their delicate heads by the frost had been nipped, their stalks by the blast were all twisted and stripped, and nothing but ruin was there. Oh, how the rude autumn has spoiled the green hills, exclaimed little Charles, and has choked the bright rills in leaves that are faded and dead. The few on the trees are fast losing their hold, and leaving the branches so naked and cold, that the beautiful birds have all fled. I know, replied Edward, the country has lost a great many charms by the touch of the frost, which used to appear to the eye, but then it has opened the chestnut bur too, the walnut released from the case where it grew, and now is our Thanksgiving nigh. Oh, what do you think we shall do on that day? I guess, answered Charles, we shall all go away to Grandpa's, and there find enough of turkeys, plum puddings, and pies by the dozen, for Grandpa and Grandma, aunts, uncles, and cousins. And at night we'll all play blind man's bluff. Perhaps we'll get Grandpa to tell us some stories about the old-timers with their Whigs and their Tories, and what sort of men they could be, when some spread their tables without any cloth, with basins and spoons, and the fuming bean broth, which they took for their coffee and tea. They'd queer kind of sights, I've heard Grandma say, and in their streets for, if not every day, at least it was nothing uncommon to see them pile on the poor back of one horse, a saddle and a pillion, and what was still worse, up-mounted a man and a woman. The lady held on by the driver, and so away about town at full trot would they go, or perhaps to a great country marriage, to Thanksgiving supper, to husking or ball, or quilting, for thus did they take nearly all their rides on an animal carriage. I know not what huskings and quiltings may be, but Grandma will tell, and perhaps let us see some things she has long laid away, that stiff damask gown with its sharp-pointed waist, the hoop, the craped cushion, and buckles of paste, which they wore in her grandparents' day. She says they had buttons as large as our dollars, to wear on their coats with their square standing collars. And then there's a droll sort of hat, which Mary once fixed me one like out of paper, and she believed 'twas called three-cornered scraper. Perhaps, too, she'll let us see that. Oh, a glorious time we shall have! If they knew at the South what it is, I guess they'd have one too. But I have heard someone say that there they call all the New England folks bumpkins, because we eat puddings and pies made of pumpkins, and have our good Thanksgiving Day. I think, Brother Charles, returned Edward, at least that they might go to church, if they don't like the feast. For to me it is much the best part, to hear the sweet anthems of praise that we give to Him, on whose bounty we constantly live. It is feasting the ear and the heart. For Him, who has brought us another year round, who gives every blessing wherewith we are crowned, the gratitude who can withhold, and now how I wish I could know all the poor, their Thanksgiving stores had already secure, their fuel and clothes for the cold. I'm glad, said their father, to hear such a wish, but wishes alone can fill nobody's dish, or clothe them, or build them a fire. And now I will give you the money, my sons, which I promised, you know, for your drum and your guns, to spend in the way you desire. The brothers went home, thinking over by the way, for how many comforts this money might pay, and something for clothing or food. At length they resolved, if their mother would spend it for what she thought best, they would get her to send it where she thought it would do the most good. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Music of the Crickets by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. I cannot to the city go, where all in sound and sight declares that nature does not know or do a thing aright. To granite wall and tower and dome my heart could never cling, its simple strings are tied to home, to where the crickets sing. I'm certain I was never made to run a city race along a human palisade that's ever shifting place. The bustle, fashion, art, and show were each a weary thing. Amid them I should sigh to go and hear the crickets sing. If there I might no longer be myself as now I seem, but lose my own identity and walk as in a dream. Or else, with din and crowd oppressed, I'd wish for sparrow's wing to fly away and be at rest, where free the crickets sing. The firefly rising from the grass, a winged and living light, I would not give for all the gas that spoils their city sight. Not all the pomp and etiquette of citizen or king shall make my rustic heart forget the song the crickets sing. I find in hall and gallery their figures tame and faint, to my wild bird and brook and tree without a touch of paint. And from the sweetest instrument of pipe or key or string, I turn away and feel content to hear the crickets sing. Oh, who could paint the placid moon that's beaming through the bow of yon high elm, or play the tune that sounds beneath it now? Not all the silver of the mine, nor human power could bring another moon like her to shine, or make a cricket sing. I know that when the crickets trill their plaintive strains by night, they tell us that from vale and hill the summer takes her flight. And were there no renewing power, it would be a mournful thing to think of fading leaf and flower and hear the crickets sing. But why should change with sadness dim our eye when thought can range through time and space and fly to him who is without a change? For he who meted out the year will give another spring. He rolls at once the shining sphere and makes the crickets sing. And when another autumn strips the summer leaves away, if cold and silent be the lips that breathed and moved today, the time I've passed with nature's God will cause no spirit sting, though I've adored him from the sod whereon the crickets sing. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Childhood's Dream by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Victoria. Childhood's Dream. Give me back, but my one infant dream, as it passed on the turf by my dear native stream, where I slept from my play while the wind tossed my hair, till its ringlets unbound clasped the violets there. Or return fleeting time the soft moments that flew by the calm sinking sun and the fall of the dew, when refreshing is light and is due to the flower, or my young spirit came, the blessed dream of that hour. I remember the song of the bird and the breeze, with the perfumes it swept from the bloom of the trees, as my eyes gently closed but the visions that stole through my fancy's green bowers come no more to my soul. They were sweet but to pass as the odors that fled from the young flowers I crushed while they pillowed my head. And like them, when they flew on the wings of the air, they are gone, and have left not a trace to tell where. They were clear as the sun in his mild setting rays. They were pure as the stars, soon to kindle and blaze. But they are gone. I have lost the dear dream of that sleep, as a bright planet drowned in the vast ether deep. yet the face of my mother, through tears as she smiled, when she found gently raised, and led home her lost child. I shall see that loved face by time's stream evermore, till I follow her home, where life's dreamings are o'er. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Fruit Tree Blossom by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. My flower, thou art as sweet to me, thy form as full and fair, as rich a fruit shall follow thee, as if thou hadst denied the bee, the pure and precious gift that he wafts joyous through the air. The spices from thy bosom flow as freely round thee now, as if withheld an hour ago, bestowing thou canst still bestow. Thou, hence thy gifts thou mayst not know, or giving, tell me how. And future good we yet shall find was hidden in thy heart, its witness shall be left behind, when thou, like all thy tender kind, thy minutes summed, shalt be resigned, forever to depart. Thy ruin I would not forestall, yet soon, I know, to thee must come what happens once to all. Thy life will fail, and thou must fall, must fade and perish, past recall, to vanish from the tree. Then, on the bough where thou wast sent, to pass thy fleeting days, at work for which thine hours were lent, in silent, balmy, mild content, a rich and shining monument to thee will nature rise. Now, not in pride, in purpose high, awhile in beauty shine, and speak through man's admiring eye, forbidding every passer-by to wish to live or dare to die with object less than thine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Plymouth Apple Declined by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Visiting at the house of a friend in Boston, I was shown an apple which he told me had been sent to him from Plymouth and was the fruit of a tree that was planted by Peregrine White, the first child born of Pilgrim parents in New England. I praised the apple for its beauty and the venerable associations connected with it. He wished me to keep it, but as he had no other of the tree, I declined the gift. I wanted the apple when offered to me by its generous owner, and thought it not right to take it because it had grown on a tree that sprang from a seed sown by Peregrine White, and he, who thus proffered it, had none beside it. While diffidence checked the words, let us divide it. Now Peregrine White was the first white, you know, who drew his first breath in New England, the child whose parents were making to bud and to blow, with its earliest blossoms, America's wild. But he with the fruit never questioned me, whether we might partake of the apple together. Though a fabled divinity once had let fall an apple of gold where its favorites thronged, inscribed, of the fair to the fairest of all. It was not to me this whole apple belonged. My friend was no god, and then I, but a woman. I thought that to have it were just about human. The whole I declined. Still I did not deny a wish that, unuttered, was strong in my heart. and from it entire, while averting my eye, I own I was secretly coveting part. And had he divided the offering presented, preserving one half, I had come off contented. Had Solomon been there to put in a word, his wisdom had brought the debate to an end, deciding at once, by the edge of his sword, this contest of kindness between friend and friend. Yet he with the apple was quite too short-sighted to see how I might in a half have delighted. I hope that next autumn he'll go where it grew, and if not forbidden the fruit, that he'll reach and pluck a fair apple, then cut it in two, and tell me at once that half is for each, of friendship's best gift, how the worth may be lightened by having it whole, when, if shared, how it were heightened. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Half Apple by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. A year after the foregoing poem was written, a nice little casket was sent to me at the distance of 35 miles, which, on opening, I found to contain the half of an apple like the one I had seen the previous autumn. The half of an apple, well flavored and fair, which shows by division such soundness of heart. I gradually hold and acknowledge the care and kindness of him who retains the other part. The fruit that would perish, I taste with delight, the seed taking out to lay cautiously by, because it encloses, concealed from my sight, an emblem of that which in us cannot die. Its elements, when 'tis laid low in the earth, if good, will arise in fresh verdure and blooms, as man's deathless soul seeks the world of its birth, when what it once dwelt in lies dark in the tomb. The little memento I'll hide in the ground, for nature, its mother, to tenderly rear, and bright be its blossoms, its fruit fair and sound, when I, in the giver, no more shall be here. For, when I depart, in some good living deed, would fain leave behind, in remembrance of me, at least be it said that I planted a seed, that others might gather the fruit from the tree. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Horticulturist's Table Hymn by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. From him, who is Lord of the fruits and the flowers, that in paradise grew ere he lost its possessions, who breathed in the balm and reposed in the bowers of our garden ancestral, we claim our profession. In fruits rich and bright, bless our taste and our sight, as ever gave our Father in Eden delight. Our font clear as that, which he drank from, here flows, where green grows the myrtle, and blushing the rose. While some sit in clouds, but to murmur or grieve, that earth has her wormwood, her pitfalls and brambles, we smile and go forth her rich gifts to receive, where the boughs drop their purple and gold on our rambles, untiring and free. As we work like the bee, we bear off a sweet from each plant, shrub, and tree, where some gather thorns, but to torture the flesh. Ripe clusters we pluck, and our spirits refresh. Yet, not to self only, we draw from the soil the treasures that heaven in its vitals hath hidden, from thus to lock up the fair fruits of our toil, where bliss half possessed, and a sin all forbidden, like morning's first ray, when it spreads into the day. Our hearts must flow out until self melts away. Our joys and the bosoms around us when sown spring up and bloom out, throwing sweets to our own. And this makes the world all a garden to us, where he who has walled it his glory is shedding. His smile is its sun, and beholding it thus, we gratefully feast while his bounty is spreading. Our spirits grow bright as they bathe in his light, that beams on the board, where in joy we unite, and the sparks which we take to enkindle our mirth are blessings from heaven showering down on the earth. And now that we meet, and the chain is of flowers, which binds us together, may sadness never blight them, till those who must break from a compact like ours ascend where the ties of the blessed reunite them. May each who is here at the banquet appear, where life fills the wine cup and love makes it clear. And Gilead's balm in its freshness shall flow on the wounds which the pruning knife gave us below. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Whippoorwill by Hannah Flagg Gould. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Kelley. Thou mournful bird, when shadows fell, at yestereve on hill and dwell, I heard thee of thy sorrows tell. And as the dews distil, again, amid this twilight gray, I hear thee pour thy solemn lay, with only one sad thing to say, still crying, Whippoorwill. Oh, who has grieved thee, gentle bird, that now thy vesper note is heard, and with thy melting, triple word, thus dropping from thy bill? How could they rudely whip at thee, to scare thee from thy native tree, and send thee moaning back to me, repeating, Whippoorwill? And wherefore did they whip thee so? To give thy voice the sound of woe, which comes so plaintively to show that they have used thee ill? Didst thou go through the woods alone, where brambly snares had thickly grown, when thou wast taught thy piteous tone and story, Whippoorwill? There have thy made thee all the day, in silence hide thyself away, to lose the light, the flash, the play of sun and fount and rill. And didst thou now steal out afraid of midnight in the coppice shade, that here thy tender plaint is made, again, sad Whippoorwill? The trembling stars and luna gleam, that fitful in the thicket beam, perhaps would make poor Willie dream his foes were round him still. And in the copse wood, dark and deep, a wavering flower or leaflet sweep might startle thee in troubled sleep to murmur, Whippoorwill. My bird, there's mystery in thy strain, a power I might resist in vain, with mournful joy, pleasing pain, my inmost soul to thrill. 'Tis memory stirs to wet my eye, by waking shades of days gone by, when first a child I heard the cry, so solemn, Whippoorwill. I call thee bird, yet thou mayst be a spirit, for I cannot see. I never could catch a glimpse of thee, in undiscovered still. The vision form that might appear, wert thou to sight revealed as clear, as is thy presence to mine ear, mysterious whippoorwill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Autumnal Rose-bud by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Heather Oberlander. Come out, pretty rosebud, my lone timid one. Come forth from thy green leaves and peep at the sun. For little he does in these dull autumn hours at heightening of beauty or laughing with flowers. His beams on thy tender young cheek as he plays will give it a blush that no other can raise. Thy fine silken petals they'll softly unfold, and fill their pure center with spices and gold. I would not instruct thee in coveting wealth, but beauty, we know, is the offspring of health. And health, the fair daughter of freedom, is bright with feasting on breezes and drinking the light. Then come, pretty bud, from thy covert look out, and see what the glad golden sun is about. His shafts, should they strike thee, will only impart a grace to thy form and a sweet to thy heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To L.A.E. on Her Wedding Day by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. That I will be near on thy bridal day, be with thee before we are 10 hours older, this hasty messenger comes to say, and bringing its witness, a pearly folder. And this perhaps, as a pointed sign, by the light upon Hymen's altar burning, may signify to a heart like thine what a leaf to-day in thy life is turning. May the lines for thy future reading there, with no sad characters dark or frowning, in every letter be bright and fair, to thee and to him thou to-day art crowning. Accept the token, and let it prove, as long as thou hence shalt remain its owner, when thou must be at a far remove from her, memorial of her donor. Thou'lt see engraved on its handle part the form of a pen with its top of feather, a type of the wings that heart and heart may find when absent to fly together. I send thee an opening thornless rose, harmless and soft as the peaceful turtle, with an emerald sprig from a branch that grows on the single stalk of my true green myrtle. I bound them all with a silver thread, but ere thy hand is the cord untwining, the rose will have drooped, or its leaves be shed, while the myrtle still is freshly shining. But I will be near in thy bridal hour, this Wednesday evening at 7:30, and give at the nuptials my holier dower, a prayer for a smile on them from heaven. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To Mrs. H.F.L. by Hannah Flagg GOULD. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. To think of thee, my Hannah, to sit and think of thee, is to my heart like manna, or balsam from the tree. For first, its tendrils feeding, it gives them strength to cling, and then if pained or bleeding, it soothes the wound or sting. To thine a fount of feeling, the warmest and the best, 'tis sweet to seem revealing the secrets of my breast. Of half its care and trouble my bosom thus beguiled feels every joy is double when on it thou hast smiled. 'Tis dark and stormy weather, our first October day, but we are here together, though thou art far away. For still I feel thee near me, I see thy soft black eye, I fancy thou canst hear me, and I thy sweet reply. And yet, my friend, my dearest, this moment where art thou? What envied eye is nearest to look upon thee now? Is thine own Hannah present in spirit still with thee? And dost thou find it pleasant to feel alone with me? Then we are never parted, nor distance, place, nor scene, the whole and faithful hearted shall ever come between. And when earth's changeful weather, its joys and sorrows cease, oh, may we dwell together in deathless love and peace. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Music by Hannah Flagg GOULD, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Music? A blessed angel. She was born within the palace of the King of Kings, a favorite near his throne. In that glad child of love and joy, he made their spirits one, and her the heir to everlasting life. When his bright hosts would give him highest praise, they send her forward with her dulcet voice, to pour their holy rapture in his ear. When the young earth to being started forth, Music lay sleeping in a bower of heaven. A crystal fountain close beside her gushed with living waters, and the sparkling cup for her pure draught stood on its emerald brink, while o'er her brow a tender halo shone, kissed by the nodding buds, her head reclined upon a flowery pillow. At her ear the soft leaves whispered, on her half-closed lips the gentle air strewed spices, wooing them. Dropped o'er its radiant orb, the long fringed lid veiled the deep inspiration of her eye, but on her cheek the rose tint came and went. At the quick pulse that fluttered in her breast and spoke a wakeful spirit, in her sleep, with one fair hand thrown o'er its silent strings, close to her heart she clasped her golden lyre, to slumber with her, while she fondly dreamed of the sweet uses she might make of it to numbers yet untried. When suddenly a shout of joy from all the sons of God rang through his courts, and then the thrilling call, "Wake, sister Music, wake, and hail with us a new created sphere!" She woke, she rose, she moved among the morning stars, and gave the birth song of a world. Our infant globe, with life's first pulse, rolled on its ether bed, robed with the sunlight, mantled by the moon, or tenderly embraced by stellar rays. Death with his pale cold finger had not touched its beauty then. No stain of guilt was here, and so no cloud of sorrow cast a shade, or rained its bitter drops on fruit or flower. As earth on every side shone fair to heaven, not knowing yet whereto she was ordained, Music from her celestial walks looked down, and thought how sweetly she could wake the hills, sing through the silent forests in the vales, beside the silver waters pour her sounds, and multiply her numbers by the rocks. She longed to give it voice, to speak to God, and being told of her blessed ministry, bathed in a flood of glory, till her wings dripped with effulgence, as they spread and poised and passed the pearly gates in earthward flight, made viewless by the circumambient air and scattering voices to its feathered tribes. As down she hastened to the shining sphere, the happy angel reached the beauteous earth. At her electric touch young nature smiled, and kindled into rapture, then broke forth with thousand songs. The green turf woke, the sea shells hummed along the vocal shore, the busy bee upon his honeyed flower. Osier and reed became Aeolian lyres, trees bore sweet minstrels, while rock, hill, and dell sang to each other in a joyous round. Man, that mysterious instrument of God, when the warm soul of new descended power breathed on his heartstrings, lifted up his voice, chanting Jehovah. Since that blessed hour, while still her home is heaven, Music has ne'er this darkened world forsaken. She delights, though man may lose, to to keep the paths of peace, to soothe, to cheer, to light and warm his heart, and lends her wings to waft it to the skies. She throws a lustre o'er devotion's face, drinks off the tear from sorrow's languid eye, tames wild despair, brings hope a brighter bloom, lulls hate to rest, love's ruffled bosom smooths, pours honey into many a bitter cup, and often gives the black and heavy hour a downy breast and pinions tipped with light. She steals all balmy through the prisoner's grates, making that sad one half forget their use. With holy spell she binds the exile's heart, and pours her oil upon its hidden wounds. Kings are her lovers, cottagers her loves. The hero and the pilgrim walk with her. Her voice is sweet by cradled infancy, and from the pillow of the dying saint. When a glad spirit borrows her light wings to practice for the skies ere it unfolds its own, and breaks its tenure to the clay. True, by man's wanderings for his tempter's lure, music is often drawn to scenes unmeet for purity like hers, and made to bear unhallowed burdens, or to join in rites to turpitude in fellest places held. Yet like the sun, whose beaming vesture, trailed o'er all things staining, still defies a stain, and is at night withdrawn and girded up, warm and untarnished for the morning skies, she comes unsullied from her baser walks, sighs at the darkness, guilt, and woe of earth, breathes Zion's air, and warmed with a heavenly fire mounts to her glorious home. 'Twas she who bore the first grand offering of the free on high, when to the shore through Egypt's solemn sea the franchised Hebrews passed with feet dry shod, and paeans gave to their deliverer there. She cheered the wanderers on, and when they crossed over old Jordan to the strong armed foe, still she was with them, and her single breath laid the proud Painim's city walls in dust. In native light she walked Judea's hills, and sipped the dew of Hermon from its flower before the Sun of Righteousness arose. The prophet chose her to unseal his lips, ere God spake through them, and the prophetess to lift the heart's pure gift from hers to heaven. When Israel's king was troubled, her soft hand, put close but gently to his gloomy breast, reached the dark spirit there and laid it still, bound by the cords a shepherd minstrel swept. And since her countless thousands she has brought to heaven's mild kingdom happy captives led by those sweet glowing strings of David's lyre. But oh, her richest, dearest notes to man in strains aerial over Bethlehem poured, when he whose brightness is the light of heaven, to earth descending for a mortal's form, laid by his glory, save one radiant mark that moved through space and o'er the infant hung. He summoned music to attend him there, announcing peace below. He called her, too, to sweeten that sad supper, and to twine her mantle round him and his few grieved friends, to join their mournful spirits with the hymn. Ere to the Mount of Olives he went out, so sorrowful. And now his blessed word, a sacred pledge, is left to dying man. Then at his second coming in his power, music shall still be with him, and her voice sound through the tombs and wake the dead to life. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of The Mother's Dream and Other Poems by Hannah Flagg Gould.